Hey guys, my name is Sarah McEachern, and obviously I'm a Lensbaby ambassador. I've worked with the company for a couple of years now, 3 or 4, and I absolutely love it. I'm really excited and honored that I get to speak to you guys today at this Lensbaby conference, and I am going to talk to you about street photography. But before I get into all of the nuts and bolts of street photography, I want to let you know why I got into street photography. The story of how I got into street photography is full of trauma and betrayal. It involves my muse who one day decided that he no longer wanted his photograph taken. He started to cover his face with his hand or hold his hand out in a gesture we call no paparazzi. He started to hide and run away. He started taking beautiful black and white portraits and turning them into silly-faced jokes. So, in order to continue my hobby of photography, I had to find a more willing subject. And what is more willing than the environment around you? So now that you know my why for street photography, I just want to get a couple things out of the way. First of all, you do not need a street to do street photography. You don't need essentially a big city with the big buildings and the graffiti and all of those things that you find in New York or LA or Boston or San Francisco. You don't need those things to do street photography. When I first started seeing it and becoming interested in it, it was that style that really drew me in. People in Tokyo with the bright lights and the really cool fashion and, these interesting architecture and things like that. Or people taking pictures in New York City, San Francisco, like I said, these big cities that were nothing like the very rural, very flat, very dry city where I lived near Phoenix, Arizona. So initially I thought, I can't do street photography. I'm 40 minutes from Phoenix. I have a 3-year-old. I'm not going to be able to drive up there to do it all the time. So I'll just stick to documentary photography. I'll just keep taking pictures of my son. But as we already know, that eventually came to an end, and I was kind of forced to figure out what else I wanted to do. If you look on the ever-reliable internet, you'll see that the definition of street photography is a genre of photography that captures everyday life in a public setting. That's it. If you're out in public, you have a camera and you're taking pictures of life in that moment and how it's being lived, then you're a street photographer. I've always thought it's one of the easiest styles of photography for that reason. You literally just need a camera and a public space. You don't need special equipment. You don't need models. You really don't need anything beyond space and a camera. So for newer photographers, I think it's a great way to learn photography and a great way to jump into a style that you don't have to invest a lot in. So down to the nuts and bolts of street photography a little bit. There are some people that think there are rules to street photography and some people that think there aren't. Personally, I tend to follow just a couple of rules. I won't photograph someone if they're in an embarrassing or really vulnerable situation. For example, if somebody's intoxicated, if somebody's having kind of a mental health crisis, something like that, I'm not going to take their photograph. I will not photograph the faces of minor children unless I have permission. I try to just avoid it in general. If there are children in the photograph, usually they're facing away from me or they're more in the background, but I try not to include their faces without permission. I also will not feature someone's face as the focal point of a photograph. If it's a portrait, you'll see some photos where I have skateboarders or people riding scooters and they're the complete focus of my photograph. I asked for permission. Anytime throughout this video that you see an image where there's a child's face in it or where someone is clearly the main subject, it did ask for permission to take those photographs, and I explained what I was using them for and got permission to use them as well. Finally, I will not take pictures of somebody doing something that I think might be illegal. Personally, that's just because I don't want them to see me and then I have to run away, but I avoid that as well. And if anyone ever asks me to delete a photo that they think they might possibly be in, I always do it without any argument or any question. I've never had anybody say no when I've asked to take their photograph. Some people do ask why I want to take their photograph, and you just explain why. I think that there's something interesting about you. I think that you're really beautiful. I think, whatever the reason is, it's a good reason. And usually when you tell somebody that, they're very flattered. You've just made their whole day, and they typically always say yes to letting you take their photo. So today I'm going to show you a few places where you can take street photographs that don't involve a street. We're going to go first around your town to different places in your own town. It can be, from the smallest town. I grew up in a tiny town in Wyoming, all the way up to, LA. Next, we're going to go to the beach. It doesn't have to be a beach for you. It can be a lake. It can be a river. It can be maybe not a public pool, but it can be anything like that, an outdoor space where there's people. It doesn't have to necessarily be a beach if you don't have access to that. Next, we're going to go to my favorite place in the world, which is the skate park. They're my favorite kind of photos to take. If I could do it for the rest of my life and somehow get paid, I would. And finally, we're going to go to a couple different cities. Venice, Washington, D.C., Annapolis, Maryland, LA, just a couple different places like that, which I think people think of as more traditional street photography. And then to wrap it all up, I'm going to show you how I show you some diptychs I made that combine pictures of people I took with pictures of inanimate objects that I still think tell a more complete story than just one of the images by themselves. So I hope you like everything you're going to learn today. I hope it ends up with you feeling comfortable doing street photography, feeling excited about doing street photography, and I hope this today or next day you guys are all out somewhere in your towns doing street photography. I wanted to let you know the gear that I'm using for all of the photographs you're going to see. My camera is a Nikon Z5 mirrorless. My primary lens I use for all my street photography, most of my photography in general, is the Lensbaby Edge 35 with the Composer Pro 2. If you're not familiar with this system, the Composer Pro is kind of a housing for different optics. There are a bunch of optics, but you just pop them in. So it's a small lens, it's lightweight. It allows me, if I want to bring a different optic and still use a really small camera bag, which is what I want to do if I'm out walking around streets all day. I also use my Burnside 35 a lot. 35 millimeter focal length is obviously my favorite, but with this one you can add more of the effect. You can take it away. It kind of adds a swirl in the background, but it's pretty subtle. But that's another one that I really like and used a lot. Finally, I use just my Z50, Nikon 50, either with the Omni system or without the Omni system. But that's another one that I use a lot. So I've got this on here. This is the Omni system. You just have different pieces that you can attach to this. So your hands are free, but you're still getting really cool effects while taking your photos. I think the town that you live in is a great place for street photography because you're able to tell a story that maybe other people aren't telling. Like I said, I grew up in a really small town in Wyoming, and I wish I could tell that story now. The story of people that still call themselves cowboys that live there, of the farmers, of the ranchers, of bored teenagers hanging out at, a McDonald's parking lot because there's nothing to do. I think you tell that story of small town rural America. I think it's an important story to tell. If you live in the suburbs, tell that story. Tell the story of the Amazon drivers that, are coming 15, 20, 30 times a day, because we know that happens sometimes. Tell the stories on the weekends of kids playing sprinklers, running around, of people walking their dogs. Wherever you live, there is a story to tell that only you can tell. And so I think it's so important to tell it regardless of if you think it's interesting or not. It's your everyday. You might not think it's interesting, but when you go out with the intent to tell that story, I guarantee you'll find it more and more and more interesting. I also think there are great opportunities in your town for street photography because towns have celebrations. They have 4th of July's, they have Christmas parades, they have, Easter celebrations where kids get to go look for Easter eggs, things like that. And those are really easy ways to document what's going on around you without feeling uncomfortable, without feeling like, oh God, everyone knows I'm taking their photo. Because everybody's going to have their cell phones out. They're going to be taking pictures. Other people are going to have cameras. Anytime that you're at an event where there's a lot of people, it's going to make it easier to take pictures because you're not going to stand out. I don't care anymore. I don't mind taking a photo. I don't mind asking people if I can take their photo. I don't mind having my camera on me all of the time. But if this is new to you and it's something that does make you feel nervous or anxious, those are little tricks that you can utilize so that you don't feel that way until you get more comfortable with it. But doing it in your own town should also help with your comfort level because you know your town. You know, interesting places to take photos. You know possibly where you might see interesting people or where you're going to get that chance to tell that interesting story. And so that comfort level hopefully will embolden you or give you that little bit of bravery or confidence you need to go out and start taking these photographs. I think when you're starting out in street photography, one of the easiest places to do that is in your town. Things you're familiar with, places you've been before. It doesn't necessarily have to be an urban setting on the streets. One thing that's great is if your town has local celebrations around the holidays, like 4th of July, for example. This was an easy shot to take because nobody's looking at me. I'm really far away. There's no awkwardness of it, but you can still see the story that's going on here. Another place that's great is if you have local carnivals. I really loved how the employee was lit up by that light right there, almost like he's about to go into a spaceship. You can go at night to carnivals, so you get really cool light. You get the bright colors of it, but again, you're getting a lot of silhouettes, so it's not as uncomfortable to have to ask people to take their photos. This was also at a local mission where I live. You're out taking photos. It looks like you're just another tourist taking pictures of the things around you. You're not taking close-ups of people or detail shots. But again, you're still telling a story of people visiting a place, of a couple, of somebody, sitting quietly in the church. You still get the beautiful colors and all those other things that really make a great photo. Sometimes when I'm out places, this was just a local shopping center, I try to take the same photo in 2 different ways so I can see later which one I like better. You typically have to do this really quickly because these people aren't posing for you. They could leave, they could change their position, the light could change, you never know. And so I try to get multiple as rapidly as I can so that I can look at them when I get home. Same shopping center on my way out, just great light, great leading line. Same place still, but in this shot I'm using one of the Omni reflective wands because that way you can shoot down at people's feet, but use the wand so that you get their faces in the photo as well without just pointing a camera on someone's face. It's a really great trick and it leads to a really cool effect as well as maybe you feeling a little more comfortable than you would at just taking a picture of someone. Even though you're doing street photography, I don't think you forget photography rules like negative space or leading lines or things like that enhance your photographs. It doesn't just dissolve into chaos because you're not shooting what people might consider a traditional style of photography. So, after the skate park, which we all know I'm obsessed with, my second favorite place to shoot street photography is probably at the beach. My mom lives out there, and so recently I was out there visiting. My son and I were, so I got to take a ton of photos out there. And full sun is not my favorite light to shoot in. I don't know that it's many people's favorite light to shoot in. And so when I was trying to figure out why I like beach photography so much, despite the fact that I'm shooting in my least favorite light, I realized that it's because of the way that the people you're shooting are interacting with their environment. People go to the beach to play. They go to the beach to swim. They go to the beach to play in the sand. They go to the beach to interact with their environment in some way. And people are happy to go to the beach. No one's forcing them to go. I mean, maybe if you're like a sulky teenager, you're being forced to go, but typically no one's forcing people to go to the beach. They're there because they want to have fun, because they want to enjoy their day. And so that is why I really love taking photographs at the beach. You get a lot of interaction between the environment and your subjects, and I think it's just really fun and really lends itself well to, as we said, just capturing everyday life in a really beautiful environment. One of my favorite places to take street photographs is at the beach. Clearly, these beaches are not in Maryland. They're from a recent trip to California, but still one of my favorite places. I think it's because the majority of people there are happy. They're excited to be there. They're interacting with their environment. You get bright colors, you get great light, you get the palm trees, you just get such cool, moody images if it's a cloudy day. You get such fantastic stories there at the beach. One thing I love in street photography is taking essentially what I call before and after pictures. You got the shot of this guy getting ready to go into the water and kind of looking out and contemplating it. And then you get him in the water, actually paddling out. So the images go together. They're like a pair. So you can show your viewer what came first and what came second. I really love when you go to the beach closer to sunset and you get those great shadows. But I also love going in full sun, which is definitely not my favorite light to shoot in, but people expect that at the beach, so it doesn't detract from your photos. There's a lot of things I love about this picture. I love that everybody's looking to the right. The birds are pointing to the right. The lifeguard is running to the right. So it's making you wonder what's going on out of frame. What do they see? What is he running towards? It's a great action photo. And then you get this shot of him walking back calmly through the water to the left. So it leads you to believe that maybe nothing happened, that everything's okay, and that he's returning to his lifeguard stand. As I talked about earlier, you can still use things like leading lines and all of those tricks to make your photos better and to make them more dynamic. You have great framing here, and you can also always put street photography photos into black and white. Sometimes it really, like any other style of photography, enhances your photo. This is another one where you've got the framing, you've got the one photographer framed by the other two photographers, which I really loved when I saw it. This image just felt nostalgic to me and a little bit timeless. This one I really love. It looks like it's two people at the end of the day sitting in the sunset having a conversation, and I swear that the person on the left is holding a beer, which I think just made the image and the moment that much better. This is just a second shot of that same story. So now we're at my favorite place, skate parks. I have always really loved skate parks. I think it started with the movie Gleaming the Cube back in the day with Christian Slater. I had a giant poster of him from that movie on my wall. I skated in high school, I fell, I got hurt, and that was the end of it. But I've always liked hanging out there and going there and just watching everybody skateboard. Nowadays, you have skateboarders there, scooter riders, and people on BMX bikes, and I think it's even greater to get to see all of those things in one space. As a photographer, I think I really love skate parks because of the motion that you get and the way, again, like at the beach, that they interact with their environment. But mostly it's just the tricks. They're so cool. It's incredible for me to watch anyone who can do something with their body that's just incredible. So that's why I love skate parks. If you have one near you, go. Go, 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 go. Take pictures. Nobody there cares if you take their picture. Nobody. Sometimes if I catch a really cool trick from someone, I will send it to them. I'll get their Instagram and send it to them. They're always appreciative. As long as they're not a mean, awkward teenager, they're always really nice. But if you have one, go. So now we're moving on to my absolute favorite place in the whole world to take photographs, skate parks. I love them because you literally never know what's going to be going on, so you never know what your photos are going to look like. I asked this guy if I could take his photo because he was clearly the focus, having no idea that I was going to capture the other skater in the background looking back at him while he did the trick, which I think just really tells such a cool story. Not that this kid doing this trick isn't incredible, but the guy watching just really enhances it. I noticed when I later look at photographs from skate parks, you often get somebody in the background watching someone else, which is just so cool. Now, I talked about getting shots of people's feet and how they tell a story, and this is a perfect example. This kid is about to drop it on the bowl. He's waiting, and you can tell that just by his feet what he's about to do. This one, again, I just adored. You've got these two kids, young kids watching this older skater, do these tricks. And I just love the interaction there between the observers and the people doing the action. This was another one. Just because it's street photography doesn't mean you can't get quieter moments. Here you've got these people watching what's going on. You've got this little tiny girl there, which is kind of incongruous with, this loud, rambunctious skate park. And so I think catching these in-between moments are just as important as catching, the big tricks and all of these very exciting things. I loved this. You've got the board, the readiness of it. You've got this single guy underneath, the light late at night skating. You have all of these people watching what's going on, these observers and the audience. This was down at Venice Beach Skate Park, where there's always massive crowds that are watching everyone that's skating that day. This one I loved because you're getting this wide angle and you've got this skateboarder, but it also lets you know how big this skate park is, that it was surrounded by sand. You've got the interaction with the landscape and you've got the beautiful colors of it. So again, it doesn't have to be jarring or whatever to be street photography. This is one of my favorite moments because it's just so tender, it's so sweet, and still, it's at a skate park where you might not expect to see an emotion like that. Now we're in the city. As I said, I went to a couple of different big cities to take these photographs, but as we know, you don't need to go to a city to do street photography. Photographing in cities is incredible though. If you can ever do it, absolutely go and do it. There's just such a vibe and an energy when you're in a big city that it really makes it fun to get to photograph that and capture it. When I go to any kind of public space, particularly the city, to take photos, I always use my Edge 35 because I like the way that I can manipulate the Composer Pro to change where the focus is with my lens. So if I want that slice of focus to be here, in this section where I'm going to get the blur, I can hide things I don't want in my photograph. I can hide, a garbage can. I can hide a car. I can hide a pile of trash. Whatever I don't want, I can use this to hide it. And then in post, I don't have to crop it out and get rid of it. It's just a really easy way to get the photo you want and save yourself work later. Another thing about photographing in the city is there's so many places where you can use reflections. There's the glass on the buildings, there's glass on windows. You can bring your Omni tool along and use that for reflections. And how that helps is, again, then you don't have to just shoot directly at a person. You can shoot into the glass and get the reflection of the person. You can shoot into the car window and get the reflection of the person. You can use the Omni and not even have to shoot in their direction and use one of the Omni pieces to get the reflection of the person. So if you don't feel comfortable or confident enough to just point your camera right at someone and take a shot, there are so many ways in the city that you can avoid that while still getting really compelling and really interesting photographs. Cities have so many colors and interesting angles and interesting shadows and leading lines and things like that, that it's really a wonderful experience to get to photograph there. And as I said, if you ever get that chance, I would definitely take it. Now we're moving into more traditional street photography. Stuff that's taken in a more urban setting, big buildings, a lot of people, things like that. This one was taken down at Venice Beach, down at Muscle Beach specifically, and I loved the story that it told with her taking a picture of this guy and him clearly so happy to let her take it. Street performers are always such an incredible thing to take photographs of, but I do recommend maybe you tip them just to be nice for taking their photo. This was at Venice as well, and I just liked how it kind of split the frame with the drinking fountains on one side and the showers on the other. Just the story. People on bikes, I always love to take photos of because sometimes you can get the motion of it if you slow down your shutter, and it can make for super cool effects. Graffiti, perfect thing to shoot in street photography. The colors are rad. It gives it such a city feel to it. This guy's shirt was just perfect for the fact that I was making this course and speaking to a bunch of artists. Reflections are a really sneaky but cool way to take photos of people without really taking photos of people. It's something I do in big cities all the time. Night photography in cities is also great because you have the lights and it just makes such cool effects in your photos. Shadows are something I utilize a lot in street photography just to add interest to the photograph, to enhance the story, and just to make a better overall picture. Again, colors. Anytime you can include colors in your pictures, do it. It's just always going to make for a better, more exciting image. Not that a picture on a foggy day isn't cool, but a bunch of color just really brightens it up and makes everything really exciting. I also think it's our responsibility as photographers to try to capture history. This was a protest at the Supreme Court that's close to where I live, and so I took the opportunity to go out there and take photographs. Again, I did ask if I was shooting someone's face just because of the sensitive nature of being at this protest, but I think it's important to capture these moments. Finally, we have diptychs. If you don't know what a diptych is, it's just the combination of two photos to make one image. Side by side, they can be stacked on top. There's all kinds of ways you can do it nowadays. When I'm out shooting street photography, aside from just looking for interesting things going on with people, I'm also looking for interesting things, inanimate things that tell a more complete story, or that will, when combined with a photo of a person, allow me to tell a more complete story. So sometimes I'll see like trash on the ground, lately, or not lately, but in the last couple of years, like masks that people have taken off and thrown on the ground. I think that, that tells a story of where we've been for the last couple years. Gosh, almost 3. I'll look for like a ice cream cone. I saw once that a kid had dropped and it had melted. And I thought that told such an interesting story when combined with another image. So when I'm out, that's something that I look for. And I'm often at the time not thinking, oh, I took this picture of this person, I found this pic, or I took this picture of an ice cream cone, I'm going to combine them and that's my diptych. No, I'll just look for things when I'm out, or things will catch my eye and I'll shoot it, and then I'll later go look, okay, can I put these two together? Sometimes I do take them intentionally, like sometimes I will be somewhere and I'm at the skate park and I'll get a picture of a skateboarder and I'll get a picture of him doing a trick and I'll put it together. Or I'll get a picture of, a skateboarder and I'll get a picture of his feet, just his feet, and I'll put them together. So sometimes it's intentional, sometimes it's not. But I think it really can be a cool way to tell a complete story. And there's so many options to get photographs of inanimate things when you're out, that I think it's just a really easy way to add creativity to your work. So in this section, I'm going to show you how I combine images of inanimate objects that I think still tell a story with images of people, so I still stay true to street photography. In this one, I liked the way that his shorts mimicked the pattern of the graffiti, and the graffiti was actually on the building that you see in the background of the picture of him. This, I loved that it was 2 separate people on 2 separate modes of transportation at the same skate park at the same time, and I thought the shadows and angles connected them. I put these together for obvious reasons. In one, it says no photography, and in the other, my son is, of course, refusing to let me take his picture. I liked that in the first image that people were taking photographs, and I liked in the second one that it looked like they were taking the photos of her, even though they were not. Again, this one I think just goes together with the lifeguard walking one way, his lifeguard stand behind him. Is he going there? I don't know, but they go together well. This one really, it was the shadows that kind of tied it together for me. The length of the trees as well as the pillars of the building. So it was more a feel of the two rather than necessarily a story. This one, I liked the juxtaposition between daytime and nighttime. And I liked that in the first image, there's a tiny moon that also ties it to the second image. This one is not a diptych. It looks like it though because of the way that I utilize the Omni wands to kind of split the frame into 2 separate photographs. I hope that you realize that you don't need to live in Tokyo or New York or LA in order to get good street photography photos, that you can do them in your hometown. You can do them, anywhere outside where there's people living, literally anywhere. I hope that you start taking your cameras everywhere with you. I always have my camera, just in case I see something when I'm out walking around. I bring it to shopping centers. Sometimes I bring it inside Target. Like, whatever. You never know when you're going to see something cool that you're going to want to document. So again, Sarah McEachern, thank you so much for coming today, for listening. I hope you learned a lot. And I can't wait to see all the new street photography pictures that everybody's going to be posting.
first I have the Sweet 80 optic. The Lensbaby optic swap system comes with multiple optics, and we've had well over 20 optics over the years. Currently, all of our optics have internal apertures, and with the exception of Obscura, which I guess it kind of has 3 options to choose from that are apertures, but they're also lenses, but they're not lenses. But the Sweet 80 optic, I talked to you about the Sweet 50 having that curved field of focus. And let's unbox this, see what's in there. So the way this works is we've got a lens cap. This is the optic, and this rear cap, which is essentially a rear lens cap, it keeps dust out of the back, and it is also a removal tool for the older optics, which I don't have one handy, but the older optics can only be removed with tools. The previous storage case had a lid on it that had 3 little nubs on it that are essentially a spanner wrench that went in, you push, and it snaps out. So that comes on the back of the cup, and the Sweet 80 is interchangeable in any of our optic swap lens bodies, and I'm going to interchange it right now with the Sweet 50. So I have taken the Sweet 50 optic out. Now we have an optic, a lens body on my camera, and we have an optic that's separate. So, and this is no longer focusing light because I pulled it out, and so this does nothing to make a picture until I put another optic in. The lens body is a focus, and in this case, tilt mechanism. So I can move my sweet spot around, which is the only reason to tilt a sweet lens. And for an edge optic, which we'll come to in a minute, it does different things when you tilt or you don't tilt. I've changed the focal length from 50 millimeters now to 80 millimeters. And this is a f2.8 to f16. It has an internal aperture here. Yes, you can see that. And that allows you to change the size of your sweet spot. It is the sweet spot on the Sweet 50 is more variable than it is on the Sweet 80. And so as you stop it down, you will get a larger sweet spot, but it won't be dramatically larger. You won't be able to get close to most of the image in your sweet spot with the Sweet 80. If you think about what you would photograph with a Sweet 80. Now, an 80 is a traditional portrait length. And when you're shooting, as far as focal length, and when you're shooting with an 80 millimeter lens, you're going to be a little further back. You're going to be about 3 feet away to get a nice sized portrait head size for a human. And you're able to, with this lens, pull forward on this to get in even closer than that. So we can focus down to about 20 inches, I believe, when you're forward. So this is a secondary focus mechanism. It is hidden. You might find yourself out in the field if you don't know that this exists and say, I can't focus on infinity. Well, just take your Sweet 80 and just push it right back in. It just snaps forward and back. It has 2 positions. They overlap, so there's not a dead spot. If you're on a tripod and you pull it forward because you can't focus close enough, you're not going to have to worry about, oh, well, this is somewhere in between those 2 settings. They do overlap. So the Sweet 80 has a sweet spot. It's small and precise. You can make it slightly bigger by stopping down. And for a portrait, you're able to get far enough away that your subject can be in, you can get a whole face in there, in that sweet spot. And so that in this sense, this particular 80 millimeter makes for a great portrait lens. And you can pull it forward if you want to get real close, you want to get in, just fill the whole frame with a face. Because at that longer length you can. What this does, similar to the Sweet 50, the way it creates this effect is through a curved field of focus. So actually it's coming through me if you're looking at it. So the focus would be kind of like the way the human eye sees, where you're looking at one sharp area and then gradual blur as you move away from that. That's the way I see it. I assume everybody sees that way, but that may be overly assuming. If you see corner to corner and I don't, then that explains why Lensbaby came into existence in the first place. But you probably don't, because you're here watching this video. So the way the human eye sees, you see one area sharp. Gradual blur as you move away from that spot, and that's the way all the Sweet optics work. If you're shooting a portrait, then you're able to just emphasize one area of your image. You can tilt. If I have my subject's face at the top of my image, I'm going to tilt up so that part of the face or that part of my image is going to be in sharper focus. If I have something at the bottom of the image, which is what I want to emphasize, that I'm going to tilt down. So I now am looking at the very bottom of my image. There's 15 degrees of tilt in the Composer Pro 2, and that is a lot of tilt, and that'll move your sweet spot clear to the bottom of the long vertical of your image when you tilt it. So tilt sparingly. That's always a tip with sweet spot photography, is start in the center. Move if you're shooting a subject matter, if you're shooting a portrait of a subject, then put their face dead center in the image, or the area of their face that you want to be in good focus, whether it's the eyeball or the mouth or the lips or the chin. I don't know what it is that you want to be in perfect focus. Put it in the center. Don't tilt. Like, just eyeball it. Say, okay, it's not tilted there. It's not tilted there. Now I'm going to shoot expecting that only the center is going to be sharp, and it's going to be gradual blur as you move away from that spot. Okay, so that is the Sweet 80, and I am going to take this, put it back into its little storage cup, drop that secondary focus mechanism back to where it was, and let's go ahead and clear that off my desk as we go. I actually am going to talk about one that I started with, and that is the Sweet 50. The Sweet 50 is a sweet spot lens, f2.5 to f22. It has the, let's put that up here, you can see the internal aperture, which most of our everything but the Obscura has that internal aperture. It's 12 blades, so it's nice and round. This is just a super useful optic, and that's why we sell it in I showed it to you in the Spark 2.0 and in the Composer Pro 2, because this is a really good place to start. Going out and shooting this at various apertures. Again, I recommend that, let's put it into my Composer Pro 2 here. I recommend that you shoot with this pointed straight ahead and find the intuitive aspect of focus for yourself. Shooting with a lens that has this curved field of focus, that the tip of that curve has most of your resolving power, and just go out to the park. Just point it towards something with lots of contrast, and then rack your and detail and a pattern, and then rack your focus back and forth. You're going to see a donut come in, you're going to see a sweet spot come in, then everything's going to go out of focus. Go all the way both directions, change your aperture, see what it does at that. Go out there and just see how does this see the world, and is it compatible with the way I see the world, and do I want to see the world differently if it's not? And if not, then move on to a different optic or a different lens or a different system or something else that helps you see the world the way you want to see it and the way you're evolving as an artist. But the Sweet 50 is all around, a very versatile lens. As you stop it down, the sweet spot gets very large, and then as you open it up, the sweet spot gets tiny, and and it's tack sharp from 2.8 to on to 11 or so. Any lens darker than 11 starts to get a little less sharp, but the sweet spot will grow even though the fine detail gets less. So Sweet 50, and just wanted to cover that specifically because it is one of our most versatile optics, and most people do start there because it comes in all of our bodies, and it's a good deal financially. It's a great place to start with the Lensbaby system. The next optic I'm going to show you is the Sweet 35 optic. So we're going to unbox this. Let's see if we can do that without destroying the box. And there we go. So Edge 30, or the Sweet 35 optic. This now gives us 3 focal lengths that we can change out inside of our Composer Pro or our Spark or our fixed body. And I have just taken a lens body that did not focus light, and before that had an 80 millimeter optic in it that opened up to 2.0 or 2.8, and before that had a 50 millimeter optic in it that opened up to 2.5. I now have a 2.5 35 millimeter optic, and similar to the Sweet 80, this has a small, precise sweet spot. With this lens, the subject matter that I'm going to encourage you to shoot with, and when I say lens, I mean the combination of any of our lens bodies and the Sweet 35 optic. I'm going to encourage you to shoot something wide open at night with lots of light sources in there. Because wide open, when you have a lot of little dots of light in the background, you get these amazing oval halos of light where it's super bright. The energy is concentrated in that out of focus area around the outside instead of just evenly across the ellipse of out of focus light. It is just outlining your ellipse, and it is so cool. I love, and you can see even when there's not points of light, if you've got a detailed background and you're shooting with a Sweet 35, you'll get angular aspects of it because of that concentration of light out on the outside of those ovals. And it has a different texture, it has a different way of being. It's going to be a very small sweet spot, and what that's going to do is it's going to give you a way of seeing lights that you could not see in another way. And those lights might be doppled points of light of the sky shining through a tree, or it could be tree lights, it could be traffic lights, it could be cars, it could be bike lights. I don't know what, there's lots of options for lights. And when you shoot those wide open, with the Sweet 35, you're going to have this impressionistic overlay of halos around the ellipses that it creates. Because as you move away from that sweet spot, which if you're pointed straight ahead, like my Composer is, your sweet spot's going to be in the center. And as you move out toward the edges of your image and toward the corners, you're going to have ellipses of focus that happen that are all pointing in toward that center. And so that's my tip here, is shoot wide open, because as soon as you stop down, even a half stop, those halos that are around the ellipses, they start to fade. And then by the time you're at f4, I think it's just the energy is pretty even over the course of those ellipses that are happening, and so you lose some of that texture, but then it's more smooth and your sweet spot starts to grow. So there's lots of things you can do. I'm recommending with the Sweet 35 that you shoot with light sources in there. They're going to be, you know, in and out of your, I don't know where they're going to be, but they're going to look cool. And if you shoot with light sources, try it wide open. So we have seen the Composer Pro now, Composer Pro 2 with 3 different focal lengths and the same effect in all 3 of those focal lengths. So I've got more unboxing videos coming. We got the rest of the optics on their way and can't wait to share it with you. Stick around.
Hi, my name is Jamie Konarski-Davidson. I'm a Lensbaby ambassador from Greenville, North Carolina. I photograph just about anything that's in front of me, aside from people and portraits and weddings and events. So you name it, if it's in front of me and it's not one of those things, I will be photographing it. And I love to photograph just about anything with my Lensbabies. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you a program called Embracing What If with Lensbabies. And it's my way of sharing how I get out of ruts of being creatively stuck, and give you some ideas that you can use with your Lensbabies. Of course, you can extend them outward to other lenses, but every image that you see in the program is made with a Lensbaby, unless I point out one in particular. So I'm going to share my screen and get started. Okay. So embracing what if with Lensbabies. I think that what if is probably the best phrase that you can use. What if, I wonder, in terms of not so much being afraid, but of being open to possibilities. And as I mentioned, I have been a Lensbaby shooter for a very, very long time. These two images go back to the original soft focus optic with the Lensbaby Composer. And this is part of what made me fall in love with Lensbaby in the first place, is looking through the camera lens and the viewfinder and seeing this on the other side of it without a whole lot of post-processing. That's not to say that I don't post-process, because I do, and I get creative with that as well. But I love the fact that with Lensbabies, we can automatically be put into a different creative zone. And, you know, the Lensbaby Composer Pro is what I use with my optics, but, you know, it's just simply another way of seeing the world and capturing it. And for me, Lensbaby is a way for me to unlock. If I'm in a rut, if I feel like I don't feel like shooting, I haven't shot in a while, and I don't really know what I want to do, the Lensbaby, any one of them, will help me kind of get out of that stuckness. And for all of us as photographers, you know, it's kind of this balancing act, you know, because there's the technically correct things that we need to look at and be reminded of and be aware of, like composition, like exposure, you know, what's our subject, and making everything somewhat clear. But on the other side of that, that balancing act is our creative vision. And where do we want to go? What do we want to express that tells more of our story or our perspective and view of whatever it is that we're photographing? So that's a balancing act that we have regardless of what type of photography we do. The other part of this balancing act, which is really where my program sort of sits, is the balancing act of being uninspired and unmotivated, to the other side of it, which is being very inspired and very motivated. And there's all those little spaces in between. And it's an up and down kind of thing. And sometimes, you know, everything sort of slides to the middle. But for the most part, that's the dance that we dance with our photography and with our creativity. I know some people, even now, who haven't been out with their cameras in months, and I just can't imagine that. And so perhaps the things that I'm going to share in this session will be helpful. So the first thing I want to make sure that is clear for me and for you is that perfection is broken. There's no such thing. So if we aim for perfection, we're really setting us up to be stalled and frozen, because we can't get to be perfect. This image comes from an organ where the keys, you pull the keys and they make different sounds. And this particular key, I was fascinated by the name. And the person who was with me was able to play the organ. And I said, well, what does perfection sound like? And that key was broken. So it is broken for this organ. It is broken for you and for me. The best thing that we can do is do our best to express ourselves, creatively or otherwise. And the other thing that we need to be aware of, and I've blurred out this, but we need to be aware of snakes in the grass, those things that stop us, that put the brakes on our creativity, because we're afraid of what other people will think. They won't like our images, they won't understand them. And really, if we put our perspective in terms of going out and shooting with, aside from anything that's on assignment or where we're being paid to do it, if we put ourselves in the position of, I am doing this for me first and everybody else comes after I'm happy, then I think that really will quiet those judges that are internal and external and allow us to express ourselves. A quote I came across in terms of what if by Rebecca Crane says, you can't be overwhelmed by what ifs, or you'll miss out on the best part. And I hope that by the end of this program, you'll understand why this quote in particular is relatable to me, and hopefully it will be to you as well. So I've talked about being stuck, and the first thing for me is that helps me is to say to myself, you know what? I am just stuck. I'm not seeing anything. I don't feel like going out, but I need to go out and photograph. I need to get out of myself and go do something with me and my camera. And we can go out with a lot of different expectations, but I think that the best way that I have found for me to be freed up is to, number one, admit that I'm stuck. And number two, to go out with an open mind, to not go out expecting to see or shoot anything in particular, but to be open enough to see something that's interesting, that piques our interest, and explore from there. And so for me, doing that gives me time to shake off the dust, to look at ordinary things like a dandelion, for example, and see the magic that is expressed. This is with the Lensbaby Soft Focus 2. And I just love it, that this is what I saw through the viewfinder. And that is one of the primary reasons why, if I'm really kind of creatively in the dead zone, I will grab a Lensbaby and go out and shoot just about anything. So in terms of these exercises that I'm going to talk about, that I give myself, and that I encourage you to give a whirl, I've got some rules. So number one is, we're not shooting for perfection. Perfection is not allowed. We also are not going for judgment, thinking about who will like what we do. And that gives us freedom to move about and just kind of dig into whatever it is that suits our fancy. We have to learn how to play and experiment and say, well, gosh, what would happen if I did this? Well, if we don't try it, we'll never know. And so that's one way to just say, you know what? Oh, what if I do this? Go ahead and do it. And then the other thing for me is that I just take one Lensbaby out with me at a time, a lot of times, because I don't want to get bogged up in choosing which one is going to be best for this or that or the other thing. Rather, I have to say, well, this is what I have with me. What can I do with it? And then the other thing is to set a time limit. Give yourself no less than an hour when you're trying to break out and break free. Because I think that if we give ourselves too little time, it's very, very easy for us to give up when things aren't working. And we need to push past what's not working and find the thing that does. So forget about whether it's perfect. Look for those broken things. The broken things can be very, very interesting, and get us started in a way that we might not have imagined. I make dates. I set a date for myself. I say, I'm going out. I need to shoot. I need to get out of this house. I need to get out of wherever. I've been in my office too long. And so I make dates. I make dates with flowers. I make dates with just driving in the car for an hour, going around back roads and just seeing what I can see. So making the date, setting that time aside for me, setting the time aside for you personally to give that to yourself is the first thing you want to do. And so we make dates for everything else. We have a calendar. And so put you on your calendar. If you don't, there'll be all sorts of other reasons why you didn't do what you intended to do. So make a date and go out and have fun, regardless of whether you come back with 1 or 2 or 3 or 20 images that you really love. So some of the ideas that I give myself, and I say, okay, well, I don't have a whole lot of time. I have an hour, right? So I'm going to go for a walk. I may walk outside in my back patio in my neighborhood. I may go to a local park or an arboretum. I may just walk around the house and look for things to photograph that maybe I've been intending to photograph and I just haven't. So grab a Lensbaby, go out and shoot, but go for a walk somewhere and shoot anything. So this is with the Lensbaby twist, and this is kind of just getting started, right? It's everything, not everything is clear and focused when we're going out and we're kind of getting out of the mud. So just get started and look for things. Lensbaby Velvet 56 here in the woods, the dandelions again, you know, the ordinary plant that everybody wants to get rid of their yards. They're beautiful if we look at them in a different way. Go in on a walk through a trail in the woods and look for fall in a different way. And this is with the Lensbaby Velvet 28. And what I love about the Velvet 28 is its versatility and flexibility in being able to photograph a landscape and then be 2 inches from your subject and photograph a flower like this in a great big field and give a sense of place and also a sense of ethereal and wonder. And here's just a few images that I photographed when I really was kind of stuck. I was in a place I was supposed to be teaching, and I wasn't seeing anything in this particular location. And so I went out with my Velvet 56 and I started looking for smaller stories, and I found lots of mushrooms. And this is one of the ones that I found. And then this is getting a little bit closer. And then the last image that I'm sharing here is just 2 acorns. So something very ordinary and very plentiful on the forest floor. And the Lensbaby just made this completely different from what they obviously actually looked like on the ground. And that's one of the things that I love about Lensbabies is I was able to see this through the viewfinder. You choose a very, very shallow depth of field. Probably it was the f1.6, and create this with very little post-processing. The other thing I do is I get flowers. So I love flowers. And if I had one subject that I would photograph all the time for the rest of my life, it would be flowers. So I order them up from online sources. I buy them in the store, or I go out and I pick them from the neighborhood or from fields, and I bring them home, or I shoot them in the field. But regardless, I work these flowers up one side and down the other. When I have the time to have some flowers in front of me, I really just spend time. I get immersed in the petals and the textures and the colors and everything. So if I only had an hour, I would do the flower photography in my back patio. If I have more time, then I may go somewhere else. I may go to a local arboretum favorite garden again. But I work the Lensbabies. I try different ones. My tendency, my style is to get in close with the details. So I'm always using the macro accessories, whether it's the macro filters through Lensbabies or some other accessories. I'm always have a tendency to get closer with the flowers. This is photographed inside in my living room with minimal lighting, vases that I've collected, dahlias that I've bought, some more dahlias with texture applied. And this is with the Sweet 35 and some macro filters. shifting the Composer Pro to the left to bring the peony into focus, and the background, just that's exactly what you get with the Lensbabies, which is magical. Some ranunculus in my living room, some more. I collect old bottles, glass bottles, different colors, different shapes, and so this is just one of those with the Lensbaby. And then this is something else that I also look at when I'm going into a creative zone. I take something simple like a dahlia in an old milk bottle and photograph it. And then I think, well, what else can I do? What else is possible? So in this case, what I did is I did a multiple exposure in camera. So that's a separate image. I layered them on top of each other. I did some masking and put everything together and created this and added the special painterly effect with topaz impression. So it's not just going out and taking a picture and saying, oh, this is great, but thinking forward into, well, where else can I go with this image? Here's another little creation that I did inside my living room, set it up, and the flower's dying, the bottle's broken, there's petals falling, and just created this little story and added a little bit of extra spice with a texture. And then this ranunculus, the yellow ranunculus, this was taken back in 2020 when I was sort of not in a good place and I was outside on my back patio. This yellow ranunculus was hanging down and I identified with it. And the original picture was not very happy. But when I got onto the computer, I said, I really need to turn this around. And so with the help of Topaz and some other attention to colors and vibrancy and things like that, I created something that sort of made lemonade out of the lemon of my attitude when I photographed this flower in the beginning. But all Lensbaby. So another idea is to go antiquing or thrifting. I have done this where I've walked through antique stores and brought my Lensbaby Velvet 56 or my Sweet 80 and some macro filters and photographed things and found different items that were interesting enough for me to buy and bring home and photograph separately and on more than one occasion. So that happens. These are wood planers in an antique store with the Sweet 80. This is with one of the suites, an old book. And then this is the top side looking down on an antique umbrella. And when I opened it up, this is what it looked like, and I had to bring it home. So, you just never know what you'll find if you go into any of these stores where old things become new to you. And also, I'm looking for ways to use things that not only I bring home, but that my husband brings home and put some different small stories together. So this is just one of those. More ideas, embrace the old and the ordinary. A concept that you can apply here is wabi-sabi. It's finding beauty in imperfection. So the same thing, grab a couple, one or two of your Lensbabies and look for old things. Look for things that are worn out, broken, show signs of wear and tear, and take them to another place. And that could be outside on the front of a porch that has seen better days, to just simply on a trail, some old brown fading grasses that have beautiful twists and turns and curls. And ferns at the end of the season. Sometimes we're looking for that perfect fern, that perfect flower, that perfect leaf. But there's beauty in those things that age and age in different ways and age gracefully. And Lensbaby allows the beauty in imperfection to shine. Old silos in my neck of the woods. If you have anywhere where you can access old cars and trucks and buses and things like that, anything that's rusty, Those are more creative targets as well. These are from Old Car City down in White, Georgia. And then nautical themes. If you get a chance to visit different museums, this happened to be a personal museum, and this is reflective of the fishing industry many, many moons ago down on the North Carolina coast. And so these are just some of the tools that were used, captured with Lensbaby Velvet 56. And crab pots are plentiful down in my neck of the woods. Now, one thing that we, as Lensbaby users, lovers, ambassadors, etc., one thing we have a tendency to think of is that Lensbaby is just for the soft focus, ethereal type of images. But actually, the velvets in particular, you can shoot, once you get past, say, f5, 6, f8, depending on your subject, you lose that ethereal glow. And so you can photograph, use your velvets to photograph in a way that has nothing to do with Lensbaby. And yet, while you have a Lensbaby in your hand, photograph for the sharpness and the detail, and then go soft with that same subject. The reason why this works for me is that I was on a tripod, so I could get the same image 2 different ways. And I think that that shows the flexibility that we have when we use our Lensbabies in the field. Another idea that you can play around with anywhere, really, and with flowers, but with just about anything else, trees and woods and barns and buildings, just about anything. You can have fun with motion, ICM and multiple exposures in camera, or taking a series of multiples and creating a multiple exposure image in post. But those are things that also, for me, with the Lensbaby or without, help me to shake off the dust, as I keep mentioning, you know, when I'm just not seeing something that just blows me away, I will start with multiple exposures. The beauty of multiple exposures and motion is that we can, as creative photographers and artists, we can use these as textures, as backgrounds, and as ways to enhance other images and pair them together. So this is an example of something like that. This is motion and multiples. This here is a multiple exposure shot overhead with the Lensbaby Sol 45. And the reason why this worked for me was because I used the center of that flower as the turning axis. It wasn't the easiest thing to do, but if I kept the center autofocus point, even though it's not autofocus, if I kept the center autofocus point on the center of that flower and moved, that's what that intentional action gave me. You don't have to do multiple exposures, all just spinning from the center. And so this is really just rotating off of one particular hydrangea petal with the Velvet 56. Some tulips. Everything is different. And so, you know, one of the things that you'll find is that you can try multiples and motion, and not everything is going to work. But answering that challenge of, what if I do this? Well, if it doesn't work the first time, if you don't like what you're getting the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or 10th time, do it 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever it takes. Just keep trying, and you'll come up with something that is fascinating and exciting for you. So these are actually like dying cut dahlias, and at the end of the day, and I'm wanting to sort of finish things off, and everything that I was doing before this image really just was pretty boring. And so I said, well, gosh, I wonder, my shutter speed is slow enough. I'm going to do motion. And what this did for me is it created this dahlia color explosion. So you really just never know what you're going to get until you try it. So motion and multiples is another thing that you can assign yourself to do, or just say, hey, I'm going to try it and see what happens. And then the really beautiful thing for me is going into the abstract. So that's where really, if you talk about no rules, um, yes, it's nice to understand what your subject might be. It's nice a lot of times to have an edge of focus so that our eyes can rest and grab onto a particular part of a scene. But sometimes it works without that, and where it's just a marriage of color and smooth texture and design. So these are just some examples of going into that abstract vein. And that's where we shoot for how we feel. How does it make us feel? What does it do for us? Does it lift us up? Does it make us crazy? Does it confuse us? Does it excite us? Does it reflect our emotions? Right? So this is a calla lily, but not all of it, just a part of it. And just that little curl on the bottom in really relatively sharp focus. But look what happens to the background with the sweets and some macro filters on this purple calla lily. The background, if I showed you the real background here of my back patio, you would not believe what it looks like. And then going for design, going for these little stories, you know, it's kind of I don't know. I have mixed impressions of this particular image when I see it. This here is just shooting weeds, shooting backlit weeds with one of the sweets. Nothing really in sharp focus here, but I love the color purple, and I love the marriage of the different tones and the shapes and designs and the gold that's interspersed. Beautiful petals, just the curls and the flow here and the softness. And then really very, very fine, soft, selective focus on this particular flower. Here's another where using the soft focus optic and sort of defocusing can be used as a texture. A leaf abstract. Some iris. And then just a faint suggestion of a heart in the petal here. And, you know, it just feels calm for me. And that little bit of a heart on the bottom there to kind of draw my eye and draw me in is what made me really appreciate this particular image. One other thing that I say a lot to myself and to others is to stay longer. The longer you stay with a subject, the more you will see, and the more you will be surprised by what you see. So this is a columbine. And if I just photographed the columbine and said, oh, this is good, I like this, and moved on to the next bloom, I probably would have missed what I see here, which is a woman with a long, old-timey dress on and a hooded cape, just sort of floating in this scene. I see an egret in the texture of a century plant impression that's made when they press upon each other and spread out. It's a stretch, but that's what I finally saw when I spent enough time looking not only at the century plant itself, but also looking through the images and then seeing and finding this. Sometimes we find it when we're shooting, other times we find it later when we're looking through images. Here's another heart in quince with the soft focus optic. And then a dancer taking a bow. And then here, another one of those hooded women, right? In hellebore. And another mysterious hooded being. And it's the columbine. It's that same columbine on the same day that I photographed the other versions that you saw a few slides ago, with the optic making those creative bokeh designs, which you could separate out or shoot just those designs and have more backgrounds and textures and creative interpretations. So the idea of embracing what if, I think, is very helpful in getting us out of our creative mud. And so I encourage you to embrace what if with Lensbabies, with whatever else you have in front of you. Sometimes it's taking up a different hobby, maybe painting. I encourage you to do whatever it takes to get out. But this is another quote that really resonates with me. And I leave this with you. So there is freedom waiting for you on the breezes of the sky. And you ask, what if I fall? Oh, but my darling, what if you fly? So what if we go out when we're stuck and we're not feeling like photographing, and we just take one of our cameras and one of our Lensbabies and we go out and we go for a walk, or we order flowers, we go to a garden and we just start shooting. What if I come home and I have nothing? That could happen. But what if you go, and what if you come home and you have one image that you absolutely love, and you would have not gotten it had you not stepped out of the mud and walked into what if? So I thank you for your time. I hope that this has helped you in some way to find different methods of getting creatively unstuck and shaking off the dust. And all the best for all you Lensbaby users, future users, and have a wonderful day. And I thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Rob Pugh and welcome to my small home studio, and more importantly, welcome to another Lensbaby convention. If you haven't already, do head over to the Lensbaby YouTube channel or even my YouTube channel and have a look at the previous years. So this is the third one. I know on the very first one I talked about how to set your camera up to work with Lensbaby lenses. Yes, they are all manual lenses, so we do need to do a little bit of tweaking to our camera settings so we get the sharpest and best image out of the lenses, and also to help you get the best out of the lenses as well. So head over, make sure you watch that one. Then the second one, which was last year, I talked about the Omni, the different wands. So for instance, you know, wands like this. And if you don't know, obviously, the Omni system, I talked about the Omni system, how it can go on different cameras. I used a Fuji X100V, which is a fixed lens camera, but we attached it to the front of that. And I showed you how we could do a portrait session. We did it here in the studio with my wife. And we added some flare into that as well, and some wands. And then we also went outside and we did an outdoor shoot as well. So definitely worth a watch, so do head over to that. Myself, who am I? For nobody that knows, obviously my name is Robert Pugh. I'm predominantly a wedding and portrait photographer. I cover weddings worldwide, and I also do headshots as well. I've got another business in headshots. I love the Lensbaby lineup for my weddings. Now, when it comes to weddings, you really want to set yourself apart. You want to do something special. And yes, we can take the picture, we can bring it back, we can put it into Photoshop and Lightroom, and we can play around with it, we can add filters on, but that all takes time. And for me, I do about 68 weddings a year. Time is money. You know, I want to give myself enough time back that I can spend with my family, relaxing as well, having a beer on the weekend, and not spending every amount of free time that I've got here in the studio editing as well. So that's how the Lensbabies help me out. Being creative on the field, and there is nothing more rewarding than turning that camera screen around, showing the couple there and then, and their minds being blown, and they're looking around thinking, how on earth did you create that there in camera without any Photoshop? So these lenses, they're all like your little Photoshop actions, but it's all built into a lens. That's the best way I can describe it. How they work is you. It's about how creative you want to be, and there's no short answer to this. It is as creative as you want to be. Sky's the limit. Nothing's wrong anymore. We're all in this digital era, so if you muck up a picture, if it all goes wrong, don't worry, we can just delete it and start again. So you can take hundreds of images now and get that very right shot. Okay, so that's the exciting part of it. There is no more sending off to get that film developed, or the way we did it in the days when you developed a film and your camera was old, so you got light leaks in, and you sort of got excited when you seen those light leaks come into your film. Well, we can create those light leaks with wands like this rainbow. If I can, you can just see that rainbow effect coming in there. So I can create those in camera. Now, let's talk lenses, and where to start? So I'm going to start with the Velvet. So this is the Velvet 28, and I've got the Velvet 56, I think it is. Yes, so the Velvet 56 and the Velvet 28. These are the ones that I would use for weddings. Predominantly the 28mm. Now, I would use this in a wide shot where I've got the bride and groom, they're cuddling in together. Maybe they're on like a hillside looking across a valley, and they're just reminiscing on the day. They've got a cheeky smile going on. Then I would use the velvet, because this velvet is going to match that scene. It's going to give this lovely soft velvety look to the image, very filmic, and really sort of blending with my style as well. So you have to think about the scene that you're trying to create. Obviously, if it's a scene where you're in a city and it needs to be really sharp and it's busy going on, to use a soft look velvet isn't really going to match that scene. So that's how you decide on what lens to use. You don't just pick up a lens and think, you know what, this is what I'm going to shoot with today. You walk out and it doesn't fit in with that theme itself. But I will give you a little trick. I'm going to backtrack on that later on, and I'll give you a little assignment to do. So we all like assignments. So the velvet, again, nice wide shot, comes in, beautiful look. Now, most people, they would get that image they want, and say we shot at the lowest aperture, f2.5, that looks going to be really strong. I would predominantly probably shoot this around about f4, f5, 6. So the softness, that velvet look, it's there, but it's not overpowering. It's not taking over the image. Obviously, the higher up you go, if you go to like f8, then you're basically you've got a sharp image and the effect's not there. That's how these lenses and all the lenses work. The lower down the aperture you go, the stronger that effect's going to be. So I'll shoot this around about f4, f5, 6. I've got that starting canvas. I'm happy with the look. We've got that dreamy softness going on, but it's still sharp. You zoom into the bride and groom and they're still looking, pucker. How can I improve on this? I'm then sort of in my head, I'm thinking, if we could get this like a bit of sort of sun rays coming in or a light leak coming in, that would work a treat. But how am I going to get that? Well, this is where you can now start using your building bricks of Lensbaby and start to expand on the lens. So a lot of people will buy the Omni and they'll buy it to go on, say, their autofocus lens, maybe a Nikon, a Canon, a Sony, whatever. Like I demonstrated last year on the Fuji X100V, they'll buy it to go on those sort of lenses, and they totally forget about the actual Lensbaby range itself. To pair it, so this, let me take it off if I can, because I've screwed it on pretty tight. There you go, it's coming off. Let me explain a little bit about this. So this ring here is 77mm as standard when it comes out, but we can attach these, which are step down rings. So this is a 77 to a 67. So if I pop this on, and I really do suggest you do go on to last year's video and watch everything about the Omni that I did, because there's a lot you can do with the Omni, and it's always expanding the range that they're doing for this as well. So definitely check that out. So now we've got the velvet and we've got the Omni. We can pair these together. I love pairing lenses up together. There we go. So now we've got the the velvet effect on the lens, and then we've also got the Omni, so we can add other effects on. Now, when you are doing this, when you're trying it out, don't try it on weddings for the first time. Try it at home, get a subject and practice. And my biggest recommendation to you, let's get this one as, and we'll take that off because we'll use that one as well. All right, my biggest recommendation is learn one piece at a time. So take everything off the extension bars and just leave the 2 magnets either side. You've got the light leak here. Attach the light leak. You know, we can move this. It basically just, it limits its movement. You're basically going to be able to move this up and down, okay? The movement from front to back is very limited when you're not using any extension bars. So what you can do is you can get used to just moving it up and down like this and seeing where that light leak comes in and how it affects this lens. So you might get used to a point where, oh right, when I'm using this, I know if I stick it on and it's at a 45-degree angle just coming into the lens, I get this brilliant light leak coming in with all the rainbows into the corner coming down. And you'll get used to that in time, to the point where when you go and do a wedding or when you go and do a shoot, you don't even need to think about it. You could literally just get this out your bag, pop it on, put it at your 45-degree angle and think, there you go, I'm good to go. Bang, 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 you've got the shoot. Once you've mastered sort of that one wand, because these are called wands, once you've mastered that, then add something else in. So for me, that would be an extension bar. There you go. And you might think, well, what's that going to do? Well, now, instead of just having the up and down movement, and now you've got the side to side movement as well. So the different effects you can get with it coming a bit further out to the lens, and you can see this if I'm pointing the lens at the camera, you can just look directly at the lens, that reflection, and we can move this around and you can see the different reflections sort of moving around. Now that happens on the image. So for now, say in the winter, the sun's a bit lower and maybe you want this kind of down and reflecting from a bit of light coming into a corner, we can move it down and more out the way, or we can bring it a bit more further along. It'll give totally different looks. Where this really does come into play, I'll take this one off, is this lens. So this is what I call the puddle lens, okay? Now, what I would do with this, got that softness look of the velvet with the couple, and they are, again, on, say they're on a path, like a gravel path, there's a gate behind them and either side is a field. Then what I would do is I would put this on, and because it's got the extension bar you see coming out, I lower it down and put it at a 45-degree angle like this. What happens with that is the couple, sort of the top quarter of them, will be reflected in this. This would then look like a puddle on the ground because it's skimming on the bottom of the lens. It will look like this sort of glazed puddle on the ground, but you will then see the couple's reflection in that puddle. And that gives an absolutely beautiful shot. Now, obviously, I would love to throw some of these images up to show you, but when it comes to the couples, I have to get their permission because obviously it's going on the YouTube as well. So for that reason, that's why I've not put those examples up. But we will do something in a moment, and we'll create something with all of these. But even if it's just at an angle like this, I can already see the reflection of me coming in off the screen there. And I always get excited when I'm using this setup because every time you do it, that reflection comes in, and when you're looking through your camera, it blows your mind, and then you show the back of the screen to the couple and they get so excited when they see that. And they're looking down on the floor going, where is that reflection coming from? I don't show them all these gizmos. I normally just pull that off and then I'll go up and show them the back of the screen so they don't see all of these. And then when I'm a bit further away and they can't see me, and I'll be like, hey guys, just look across or look over me. I normally just pop it on like that, angle it down, get that shot, and it absolutely blows their mind. So that's probably one of the most important things. think about pairing a lens up with an Omni, so you've got that double effect. Because don't forget, here we've got the two effects. We've got the reflection and we've got the velvet look as well. But you can take that further if you want to. One of my favourite ones is the cheese grater. Let me just pop this down a minute so I can show you. So the cheese grater, so this is just a silver one, and this is a silver and gold. It's kind of like got a, can I show, there you go, we can see it better just there, that gold reflection. These are brilliant. I will throw an image up at the end that you can see what I created with these. I like to use these on the street when I'm doing a bit of street photography with the buildings, because you can place these in front of any lens, you can hold them, you can get like this reflection coming through off the cheese grater, but then because of all the holes, you get this lovely kind of like a bokeh effect. So it's bokeh-licious, you know, all over the lens. And I love using these for that reason. And I've got a stunning shot that I did in London on a Lensbaby street walk, showing people just how to use a simple bit of plastic that we love to call the cheese grater. So yeah, one of these in my pocket all the time, or in my bag at weddings, and even if I just pull it out and I quickly hold it up, give it a little you know, wave and see what I can get from it. You can, obviously there's ones with, I'm going to call them spreaders. So like this one here, you see how this has got a little, we can turn this and then this pulls out, and then you can actually pop one of these in and this arm will hold it. So you don't need to hold it, you can actually put it on there and it will stick in front as well. But for speed, the cheese grater, a lot of the time, I will just pull this out and I hold it in front of the lens just to get a quick image on the fly. Because don't forget, I use these the majority of the time for street photography. And again, bit of eye candy here, as Lensbaby calls it. We've got these like reflective bits of plastic. And again, these are brilliant. We can just hold these under the lens, and like the puddle was doing, we can just bring that reflection in. You can get an amazing double exposure. Let me take these off. You can get an amazing double exposure by splitting the lens in half. Okay, so you're going to put this right in the middle, and then once it's in the middle, just angle it slightly down, and you'll get the reflection of the couple come in, and you will get a beautiful double exposure done in camera without changing any settings or taking two photos. You can literally do it all in one go. So that's the first trick, pairing up the Omni with a Lensbaby lens. I know a lot of people buy this Omni to go on their other lenses that aren't Lensbaby, but pair them up. Get excited, get creative, get to that next level of creating a masterpiece straight in the camera. Now, it doesn't stop there. I mean, this is the Twist 60. Probably, without a shadow of a doubt, my favourite optic out there. I use this for engagement shoots a lot. Now, all of these, they have filter rings on the front. I don't believe it says the size of the filter ring. No, it doesn't. But you can buy the adapter and you can take this down all the way to actually fit on one of these. And then you can also then bring these into the equation. Okay? And that goes for the majority of all the optics. They do have a filter thread on the front. Or you could just do it the old-fashioned way. You could literally put it half on, angle it down, get that reflection coming in and create something new. It's a brilliant way of doing it. Just putting it halfway on the lens and then just using it like a rudder up and down and creating an effect. I mean, that is what Lensbaby is about. It's about creative. It's about getting something new that you wouldn't normally get out of your camera. Like I say, Photoshop, it's brilliant if you know how to use it. Photoshop can be very complicated. You do have to put an extraordinary amount of hours into it to be able to understand it and to be able to do things. As where Lensbaby lenses, you stick them on your camera and you're out there, you're seeing the results instantly. If you make a mistake, it's not a problem. Then you just reset your mind, reset your perspective, delete the images, start again, and keep going like that. Now, when it comes to creating something from scratch, I'm going to use, what am I going to use? I'm going to use the Sweet 50. I'm going to use the Sweet 50, and I'm probably going to use this, which is a reflective bit of card, so we can get a bit of reflection going on. And I will also probably use the cheese grater as well. So these three products I'm going to set to one side. So if you don't know how the Sweet 50 works, it's in the optic swap. So the optic swap comes out, you buy one mount for your camera, and then you can buy as many optics as you like. They all go in, so you can expand the range. It takes up very little room in your bag, but you end up with a lot of lenses. Just a little bit of the lineup. So we've got the Edge 35, and Edge means, you know, we've got that slice of focus from edge to edge. The Sweet 50 it's a sweet spot in the center, so beautiful to use. We've got a soft focus. Basically, it says it in its name what the optics are. So if you never knew before, then look at the name, and it kind of gives you an inkling into what they are. Like the Twist 60 twist. So it's got this sort of like twisting all around the edge of all the bokeh. It all swirls around. So again, the name kind of says what the lens will do. So because I'm going to turn out the lights, it's going to go very dark in here, and I'm going to use sort of very small spotlights to create the look. I'm just going to put the final image that I create on the end of the video for you all to see. But I'm literally going to use that Sweet 50 cheese grater, the reflections. I'm going to use my trusty Batman model, and we're going to just create something with a touch of light, using a bit of imagination, and see what we can get from it. So apart from that, I'm going to say I hoped you enjoyed this little insight how to team up lenses. Remember, it's all about creating that look, stacking those effects on top of each other. You would do it in Photoshop, you would create layers, and then you would put another blending layer on top, and then another blending layer, and bring it all into one image. We're just doing the same, but we're doing that with the lenses and the Omni. We've got our effect on the lens, we're then adding our layer, which is the Omni, and then we're adding our effect, which is the wand, to create our final image. Have a go. There is no harm in getting out of your comfort zone, thinking I've never done anything like that before. You know, just get out there, have a go. You'll be surprised on what you can create. And when you see that look on the back of your camera and you've created it, you'll get so excited. You'll just want to do it again and again, and you'll find that you're just stacking this on top of your lenses all the time to create those different effects, or different layers, as I like to call it. So there you go. That's my look on the next level of creativity. You know, using the Omni, using the Lensbaby lenses, putting it all together, stacking them, and creating some very unique looks throughout the Lensbaby ecosystem. So there we have it, the Batman look. Very simply done. I'm not using fancy lights or anything. I'm just using that Sweet 50. I'm actually using my studio lights. So I'm quite lucky that our studio lights are the Philips Hue, so we can change the atmosphere in here. And it works really well. So I'm just going to let me activate the tracking on this camera. I'll step back and see if I can actually show you what's going on. So let's see if this works. So here you go. This is the Batman figurine set up. I've just put it on a box that's got a shiny surface. We've got a little light there, just adding a splash onto the front of him. I dim all these lights down and turn the colour to a nice blue, you know, because think of it as a night shot. Batman's waiting to see what goes on. And then the camera's just set up there in manual mode with the Sweet 50 working really well to give that kind of sort of superhero bird's eye view, sort of dizziness, dreaming look, as they do when the cameras turn around, they focus on Batman or that character, and there's that haze all around them, but he's standing there on the edge of the platform. You can see the blue sky behind, and he's waiting for that baddie to do something wrong. So there you go. There's my quick 5-minute shot, which that's all it literally took, 5 minutes. Hope you enjoyed it. Remember, get out there, be creative, and try something like this. We've all got toys lying around from our childhood, or maybe you've got kids and you can go and sneak and pinch one of their toys and see what you can create. So good luck on the creation, and remember to follow, like and subscribe.
You are there. People often ask me, Anik, how do you manually focus on moving subjects? If you want to know the answer, I invite you to assist at the next Shoot Extraordinary Conference 2022. See you there. I know that you will be interested by this topic. So if you are like me and you have kids, dog, any pet, it doesn't matter what kind of pet you have, you need to know how your Lensbaby lenses work. So if you have any kind of edge lens, the 35, the 51 or the 80, this is the 80, you need to know that the focus works by slides. So if you don't tilt your lens, it's straight, it will work as any other lens. So if you set your focus at f4 and you focus on a subject, all the focal plane will be the same as you would have had with any other lens. But if you tilt your lens like this inside, the slice of focus will be affected. And this is the nice thing with a Lensbaby lens. So if you tilt up or down, the slice of focus will be horizontal. So it will be in focus at the up, in the up part, in the highest part of your frame. And if you tilt down, the down is the part at the bottom of your frame will be in focus. So, and the larger, is it a word? The white of your focus will depend on your aperture. So if you focus at f2.8, it will be a very small amount of focus. If you are at f4, f5.6, f8, and etc. You understand how it works now. So make sure that you have enough depth of field by your choice of aperture, and then find the right place to focus. This is really important. It's the same if you're using a suite. So this is a suite 50. I have them all, the 35, the 50, and the 80. It's one of my favorite lens. The suite, it's the same thing. So you also need to tilt it when you are using the Composer Pro 2. I will show you. I'm not tender with my lens. Ta-da. So same thing, you can tilt your lens. I really love that that Lensbaby allow me to tilt. But the suite, instead of being a slice of focus, it's a sweet spot. It's a circle. So if you focus at f2.5 or 2.8, it's a very small circle, and everything around it will be out of focus, which is really nice. But if you have many subjects in your frame, you need to set the right aperture, because the dog will be in focus, and then one of your children will be a bit in focus, and the third one will be out of focus. So it's really important to understand how each of the Lensbaby lenses work, because if you don't understand the mechanic of the focus, you won't be able to get your picture sharp with Lensbaby lens. And then another one here, I will show you the Twist 60. Twist 60 works a bit differently. So this one, you can't tilt it. In fact, you can, but if you do it, your picture will be out of focus. So this one needs to be straight on, and the focus will be at the center, and everything around will swirl, which is really nice. So this one, you don't tilt it, and the focus, it's the same. You keep it straight, and I also have the obscura one. You don't tilt it. So the sweet and the edge, you tilt them, and you really need to understand how the focus works. Perfect. Okay. Now, when you are like me in a forest or anywhere, it doesn't matter really, you need to know what will be the composition at the end. So what is the final shot you envision in your head? If you don't know yet, just move around, take some snap some pictures, and look at the composition. When I am trying to find my settings and my scene, I always try to find the light first. So where is the light? And then I'll always try to have a framing element, leading lines, and then once it's not a word, once the same thing. When I know that this will be my frame, I will put my slice of focus, but with the twist one, it doesn't matter, and I will place my focus there. So I will manually focus where the light is, and why? I do this because I want my subjects to have light on them, and it's a great way to compose with light and to make your pictures outstanding, because if your subject are all in the shadows and all the scene is in the shadows, nothing will pop, and you want your subject to pop in your frame. So the easiest way to do this is to make sure that your subjects have light on them. I hope my accent is okay. It's a great gymnastic right now. So in the video that you will see in a few seconds, there is a lot of patches of light, and it was really hard for me to know where I wanted my kids and dogs to be. You will see that I will be always moving my focus ring here, and once I find the right spot for me, I will turn again the focus ring until I get my slice of light in focus, and then I will wait. So I will ask my kids to run in the forest, and once they will be around the patch of light that my focus is already set on, I will click, 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 like a lot. A lot. You will hear the sound in the video, and that's it. So once they are out of my light, I will just stop snapping. But if I find some other light in the frame, I can be bold and try to capture my kids moving in another patch of light. But you really need to know when you need to go clockwise and not clockwise. I forgot the word right now. But first thing first, you set the scene, you find the light, you place your focus where the light is. If you have to tilt and then get your focus right, and then be patient and wait for your subjects to enter the light and so enter the focus zone that you have set. Is that okay? Okay, now it's time to watch that video. Go. Vas-y, cours, tu vas bien. Yeah, Gustave. You read that. Ah! Ok, reviens. Vas-y. Vas-y, Rafi. Ok, une dernière fois. Ok, revenez. On revient. Okay, it's time to look at the results I got. So I did a quick gallery, so there is only a quick preset apply on these pictures. In this image, what you can see is it's my test shot. So I asked my daughter to go in the patch of light, and I set my focus zone there. Yep, that's it. And in the pictures you'll see now, she was running back and forth, and unfortunately, almost all the good ones were taken with their back. And I find it not interesting, but at least my focus is right. And because my slice of focus was in diagonal in this one, my dog's butt and my daughter's back are both in focus, as you can see if I zoom in. So yeah, I got lucky here because I was only expecting my daughter to be in focus, but as I was shooting at f5.6, the slice of focus was very large. Same thing here, but they are closer. What I like in this picture is that they are both in great light, so they are popping out of the frame, which is what we want, as you can see if I zoom in again. Okay, so in this picture, my son is well lit, but my dog is not, and to me, it's not great because I like both of my subjects to be well lit. Of course, I could place a radial filter on my dog and bump the highlights, bump the whites, and call it a day. But yeah, it was not perfect. Here, the light is perfect, the focus is great, but the light on my son's, it's not ideal. I really like the moment as my dog was jumping on my son and he was trying to keep his line because he knew he needed to stay in the light. But yeah, it's a no for that reason. I'm really picky, I know. In this one, the light is pretty even. I like that. Still need to adjust my colors because my dog's fur is like aqua right now. But the light and focus are great here. Yeah, I hope that you see the difference with the pictures well lightened in contrast with a picture that is not perfect. So here, great light, but it's their back, so it's not perfect. But again, you can see I'm really committed to that patch of light. And yeah, it's working because I know that it will be both well lit, so I'm just crossing my fingers and expect a great moment to happen there. Yeah, I know it's like wanting a unicorn, but sometimes it works. Yeah. And the next picture, if the pictures can come to me, where is it? We need to cut that. In these pictures, the light is great on my dog, the focus is right, but I don't like that my son has a big part of shadows on him. So not perfect. Here, my son is well lit, my dog is not, so I don't like that. But he is in focus, so that's great. As you can see, f5.6 aperture is great for two subjects at a distance. Here the light is perfect, they are both very well lit, and they are both in focus, which is awesome. It's one of my favorites from this session. I don't know if you notice it, but there is a distraction here in this frame, and as I've said many times right now so far, my subjects are both well lit, but there is a patch of light here, as you can see, that competes our attention. So in post-processing, I would recommend to burn that patch of light to make sure that your subjects are the star of your frame. So in this one, it's the same composition, but I crop it I crop it to be horizontal, but it's the same frame. All of it, taken a few seconds apart. It's just the crop that is different. Yet the focus is right. The light it's okay. It's not as good as the previous one, but I'm still okay with that. I will just need to bump it in post-processing a bit more. And here I was very lucky because I didn't expect anything about this series, but my dog, he came back with this big range, and my kids were like well separated, so subject isolation check, and they are both having great faces, they are smiling, they are laughing, and my dog is just perfect, and the focus is awesome. So it's my new favorite, so yeah, just happy. And the light is also great, which was a lot to ask. In this one, you will see that my son is in focus, but not perfectly. So my son is in focus, my daughter is not in focus, and my dog is not in focus. So here the distance was too great, and the f5.6 was not working here. I would have needed maybe a f8 aperture to have the three of them in focus. And yeah, this is my bonus shot. My son wanted a picture of him with Gustav, our dog. So I think I was at f4 here. And yeah, that's it. So the light is great too. Sorry. Coming back. Yeah, the light is great on both of them. And I like that the background is darker, so they are popping over the background. So this is it. I hope that it was useful to see the picture I had taken in the movies I showed you. Just saw my kids were running back and forth, and I place my focus zone in a patch of light, and I wait for them to enter that patch of light. If your subjects are going back and forth, you can wait for them to enter the focus zone, or you can try to move your focus ring along their movement, but this is a lot. This is the most difficult thing to do. You can do it. I'm doing it often, but I really master my focus ring and which side to turn it to make sure that I'm following the movement of my subject. So if you are just beginning at focusing on moving subjects, I would not recommend to move your focus ring along. So just wait, and it will also be a great exercise to set the stage. What composition are you ready to commit? And then you will also have a great exercise to find the light. And now you hunt for the moment. So click, 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 click. You look at the, how do you call this? You look at the viewfinder, and then you want the perfect moment to be in the perfect light and in perfect focus, which is really hard with a Lensbaby lens. But you know what they say? You triumph. I don't know how to say it in English. In French, it's oui. À vaincre sans péril, à vaincre sans péril, on triomphe sans gloire. In English, no challenge, no glory. Let's say it like that. If you're another things, I will show you other pictures, and it's always the same way to do it, really. So I will show you pictures I have taken at my pool last summer, and my daughter, she was doing some diving, some bumping in the pool, and it's always the same. I figure out what my composition will be, my light, and then because she will crash into the pool, I need to figure out where my focus will be. So this is a bit I hate the H. This will be harder because you need to anticipate where your subject will be in your frame. So first thing, you can ask your kids to jump a lot in the pool or anywhere else, and you really try to master the landing the landing place in your frame, and you try to set your focus. It will take you a lot of time, at least some time, because sometimes they do not jump straight on. There is always a bit of angle, so maybe use a smaller aperture to begin with, and then if you are like me and you like to be bold, then use a wider aperture, so let's say 2.5 or 2.8. So like with the sweet, if she's diving, I know she will be here in the frame, so I'll try to put my sweet spot, my circle here, and I will snap all along, and I will really shoot out through the moment. Yeah, this is the thing. You need to shoot out through the moment to make sure you have your subject in the focus part of your frame. But it's hard, but you really need to take your time. And once you're all set, it's easy, and you can ask your kids to jump again, and you make it like a tournament, and you give notes to your kids, so they want to keep going and they want to see the picture you will take of them. So it's a fun game instead of mommy want to try to manually focus on moving subjects. So if you are just beginning, make it a play with the kids. Find a nice activity. If you have younger kids, you can go at the park and place them in the swing and really practice shooting in bursting mode and really find how your focus works. Most of the time with my edge, I find it easier to focus because I really master the slice. But with the sweep, most of the time it's straight on and I forget about it. And then my kids are moving and I forget to tilt. And why it is important to tilt, it's because if your subject is here, but your focus is set there, they won't be in focus, so you need to tilt. And sometimes when I'm too concentrated, I forget about this. And at the very end, I have a haha moment, but it's too late because they are done with this activity and I don't have my shot. So with the sweep, with any lens, in fact, what I found that it's always with my sweep that I forgot to tilt my lens. I hope that you now understand the basic of manually focusing on your moving subjects. So set the scene, find the light, set your focus zone into your slice of focus where the light is, and snap until your subjects are in the focus zone. Click, 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 and that's it. You won't have it at the first time. With Lensbaby, it's really rare that you get the shot at the first time. Just keep going, it's normal, and the picture you will get will be extraordinary. So just keep going, try again, and be the master of focusing with your Lensbaby lenses. I really hope this was useful for you. So if you want to ask me more questions, don't hesitate. I'm on Instagram. I'm very responsive to messages. And if you don't mind some spelling mistakes or French syntaxes when I answer you, don't be shy and find me on Instagram. Bye-bye. Oh, you're back. I hope that my little class helped you to manually focus on your moving subjects. Bye-bye.
So I am going to shift now to a different effect, and we're going to do it in the order of release, which first we have the Edge 80. This is the Edge 80 optic, and you're going to have your removal tool for the classic optics that go back 10 years. And if you've got a classic optic, you can get it out with this little removal tool on the bottom of the rear cap, and then you have a 46 millimeter lens cap on the front. And now I am turning my composer, which was just a lens body on my lens after I took out my Sweet 35. I've now turned my composer from a 35 millimeter sweet spot lens into an 80 millimeter flat field lens that, when it's pointed straight ahead, is just an amazing prime. It's phenomenal. Like as a portrait lens, this is well, I should say my favorite. It's one of my favorite of the short telephoto range lenses. As just a great prime. It doesn't have a sweet spot. It looks like a traditional lens, but the background it just has this beautiful softness to it, and so it's great for family portraits. It's great for, if you want to say, hey, once I've got all these images, all these portraits that I know the client is expecting without an effect, I can say, oh, well, let's try some that are tilted. And you can have that slice. What happens when you tilt a normal lens, a lens with a highly corrected flat field of focus, is that slice goes through a particular area of your subject. So from foreground to background. So you may have the slice that goes from 2 feet in front of the image through 3 feet through my face and off into the background, off in the distance. And maybe there's nothing in the background in focus because it's intersecting something outside of the frame. So that would be my assignment for you, is that when you get your Edge 80, that you take it out and you shoot it wide open, f4. Those are my two go-to apertures. Wide open, you get just a little bit of spherical aberrations that soften up the skin tones, and then at f4 it just sharpens up beautifully and eliminates those spherical aberrations. And then and shoot it straight ahead. Shoot it as a normal lens without any effect before you start to tilt. And then once you tilt, I want you to rack your focus back and forth. So I'm focusing all the way in, all the way out, and you're going to see that slice of focus. If I'm tilted left or right here, I rack my focus, essentially I have a vertical slice of focus happening in my image. If I tilt up or down, I have a horizontal slice. And when I rack my focus in and out, I see that slice go all the way through the image until I'm like, hey, that's where I want it to intersect. Or I want to move my subject so that they're on the rule of thirds and have it intersect there. And so just rack it all the way in and out. Try it both ways. As far as subject matter goes, let's go back to portraiture. Because it's an 80 millimeter lens, having that portrait lens effect to where you can just slice through somebody's eyes or their hair or their bangs, or you can have a vertical slice going through their face, which makes it look super shallow if you're coming in from an angle from the side. Makes it look like you're shooting on a 0.6 f/0.6 lens, if that existed. And so you can get those shallow depth of field looks with a tilt, even at darker apertures. But because this has 15 degrees of tilt, that's nearly twice of what a normal tilt shift lens has. So if you're out shooting with a $2,000, $3,000 tilt shift lens, you can't get the same amount of effect. Even if you've got the same brightest aperture of 2.8, even if you've got the same focal length, essentially of an 85, because your lens will only tilt 8 degrees, you're not going to get nearly the effect. It's exponential as you increase the amount of tilt, how much that effect, how small that slice can get. So you don't have to do that. You can tilt it at 8 or 9 degrees, whatever you're comfortable with. But if you want the full effect, a really narrow slice of field, tilt it all the way, rack it back and forth, find out where that intersects your subject matter, and then shoot. So, so again, great portrait focal length traditionally, and shooting it straight ahead gives you a beautiful prime. So we changed this. We've gone through 4 different optics that are part of the optic swap system, and the most recent one is 80 millimeters. So we had the Sweet 50, we had the Sweet 80, and now and then the Sweet 35, and now the Edge 80. Oh, one more thing. I talked about the secondary focus. This also has a secondary focus. It's just the very front of the lens, unlike the Sweet 80. The Edge 80, you just grab that front ring and you pull forward. And that allows you to get into a much closer portrait range, especially when you're fully tilted. Because if you don't use that secondary focus mechanism, you may be limited to say, oh, I can only focus at 5 feet when I'm fully tilted on this side of the frame, and I can focus close on the other side of the frame, but I don't want that. So if you pull forward on that, you'll get a closer focus, and again, there's overlap there, so that you don't have to worry about being in a dead spot in your image. So that was the Edge 80. We're going to move on to the Edge 50. That was the next Edge optic that we brought out. And the Edge 50 has, let's see if I can get this box open without ripping it. Could be the first casualty of my, oh, that's not how it comes apart. It comes apart this way. It has a sleeve. And then you take the flap open. So, I'm learning things here. This is great. So the Edge 50 was the second Edge optic that we brought out. And just like the others, it has the rear cap that is a removal tool. It has a front cap on it, and it bayonets right into your Composer Pro or other lens body. Now, I am going to show you something here. There's a circle and a dot on the front of your Composer, whether it's the Composer Pro, or the Composer Pro 2. And when I open this lens up to 2.5, I have a couple of indicators here to line up those indicators with that circle. And that tells me that I'm lined up properly with the system. And then it snaps into place and I'm locked, and now those indicators, those 2 little white stripes and 2.8, are now lined up with the dot, and that tells me I'm locked in place. Now you can just grab it and feel that it's locked into place, but if you want some sort of indicator on some of these optics, as far as what aperture I'm at without having to look at the front of them, these dots give you that clue and will tell you when you're locked in properly. So the Edge 50, similar to the Sweet 80 and the Edge 80, has the secondary focus mechanism, which is great because at 50 millimeters, that actually gets you into a close focus range. With it pointed straight ahead, let's say that I'm focused straight ahead, I'm shooting flowers with this. I can point straight ahead and shoot to my heart's content and find exactly what I'm after from a traditional lens, but I'm using my Lensbaby, so I always have the option of tilting and moving it off center. This works with our macro accessories, as do all the optics that I've gone through so far, with our macro filters as well as the macro converters. And so that will allow you to get even closer. But when you're shooting a flower, you can tilt and move that slice of focus going through the field of flowers behind it, going through the petals in front of it, and see what happens at various tilts. And again, just like if you're shooting a portrait with the Edge 80, if you rack your focus all the way back and forth after you've tilted a little bit or a lot, you'll see that slice of focus move through your image. That's a really great way to just say, what are all the effects that I can do? How does this lens interact with my subject matter in a way that meets my vision for the world that is unfolding in front of my camera? Is just to find out, say, do I like this look? Do I like this slice of focus? And see it sweep through, because you're going to see it sweep through one eye, another eye, through the background, through my shoulder. If we were looking through a tilted lens that was tilted left or right, you're going to have a vertical. And again, if you tilt up or down, you'll have a horizontal line that goes through. So that is the second edge optic that we came out with. So a flat field of focus, when it's pointed straight ahead, I just eyeball it, and it's easy to eyeball, and then you can lock down with this tensioner ring, the one that's right on the front of the mount, and it won't come off easily. You'll have to push pretty hard if you want it to go into a tilted position in that, but you don't have to worry about bumping it lightly and having it go off center. So this Edge 50 does everything that the Edge 80 does, but it'll focus closer, and because of its secondary focus mechanism combined with its shorter focal length, this has a greater effect. And I'm going to put that away. And what else have we got? Oh, we got the Edge 35. This is the most recent optic that we've come out with with the flat field of focus. So the Edge 35 is, again, we've got these little indicators, so I'm lining them up with the circle, and then as soon as they're lined up with the dot, I know that it's fully locked into place. Excuse me. The Edge 35 has a range of apertures from f3.5 to f22. Now, I haven't talked about this yet, but as you stop it down in let's say a fully tilted position, I'm going to stop it down to f22, and that slice gets wider, even though it gets quite wide, even though I am fully tilted. If I go all the way to f3.5, then the slice gets super narrow. And so that's one way to vary it. The other way to vary it, say you want to shoot at f4, because the sharpest spot in any lens is probably between f4 and f8. Just the physics of light, that's the way it works. And so if let's say I want to shoot at f5.6, and I want, it's got too narrow of a slice of focus, because the more you tilt, the narrower that slice of focus. So if I tilt left, right, I get a vertical slice, and it gets really narrow at the brighter apertures. And then it's how do I change that to be a wider slice of focus? Well, there's two ways to do that. One is to stop it down. So I can go toward f22 to make that slice wider, and I can also tilt it less. I can just say, I just want a little bit of tilt. I don't need a lot. Maybe you want something in the foreground that's in focus over here, and then, other side, and then you want something in the background that's in focus over here. That's going to take usually just a little bit of tilt, because once you tilt all the way, sometimes you're going to have what feels like a perpendicular slice of focus. It's just going straight away from the camera, especially when you don't have anything very close to the image. So say your closest subject matter is 5-6 feet away, and you're tilted all the way, you're going to just have this slice of focus that just kind of varies a tiny bit off toward the horizon, and it's going to feel like you're almost perpendicular in that slice of focus. So there's two ways to change the width of your slice of focus. And one way is your aperture, the other is the amount of tilt. The more tilt you have, the narrower your slice. And I have a friend who is doing just the most amazing work with architecture right now. And to be able to isolate just one area of her image and tell your subject to or your viewer to look at this one slice, and sometimes it's a line already in the image, and then everything either side of that line gets blurred and increasingly blurred as you move away from that. It's mind-blowing, the ways that these architectural perspectives can take on a completely different context when you're literally looking through a different lens. And I get super excited when she shares on social media to see, okay, what did she do with this? What is she doing to draw my attention to exactly what she sees? And that's what this lens can do. So the architecture is a really great place to make artistic images that are totally different than what normal architecture photographers do, what normal photographers do, and I've seen some amazing results with that lately. And that's what I love about coming out with all of these tools, is that there's things that I would never imagine them being applied to. The way the way they come together in one person's vision is totally different than the way we thought they would. And I love that. So that flat field of focus that the edge optics have, that's what got me into this tilting of a lens. And that's when I borrowed one at a Santa Fe workshops from the loaner department and took it out and was shooting with it, and it didn't have very much effect, and it was difficult, and had all these dials, and did this instead of just tilting wherever I wanted it to go. It didn't tilt very far, but that's what got me to start Lensbaby. I didn't know I was starting Lensbaby. I was just trying to get something creative. The less obvious optics are on their way, or at least they're not part of the suite line, which we came out with that effect first, and then eventually got around to the edge optics. And in the middle there was some soft focus and there was some other stuff, but spoiler, that's what's coming. Part of it is soft focus. We've got obscura, we've got twist, we've got lots of great stuff, so stick around.
Hi everyone, my name is Carol Holt and I'm here to talk about double exposures. A little bit about me before we get started. I am a wife and a mother to two very busy teenagers, and I've had a camera in my hand for as long as I can remember, documenting my teenage life into my 20s, and then had kids of my own and wanted to take amazing pictures of them. So my journey started as a hairstylist. I was a hairstylist for 15 years and I had an assistant the whole time. So I really loved being able to teach and watch them grow as amazing artists and business owners. And I've kind of come full circle, and I taught my first double exposures class on Gather Academy platform with April Milani. And now I'm here with you today. So I'm really excited to get into this and dig deep, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. So thank you, Craig and Lensbaby team, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm really excited and honored to be here. So let's get started. So what is a multiple exposure or a double exposure? Well, a double exposure is at least two images done in camera, or you can also do them in Photoshop or other apps. And some people call them composites as well, if it's not done in camera. I'm going to talk about why I do them and how I choose my images. And really, it's the feeling I'm trying to create, what it's lacking, energy, emotion, color. And these are some of the overlays that I've done, and I keep them very organized so that way I can stay in a creative space instead of searching for, this way I can find my very specific images. I have a folder just for bokeh, like this one. Panning, I love taking images of shadows in water or shadows just on the ground with texture like this. I love to be able to add these types of images over a very simple image, and it just adds a little something to it. So I keep them organized. I have like my clouds, my water, my shadows, etc. You can see some of the different ones I keep like this. So let's get started with some examples. So this is a very simple image I took with my daughter with a twist 60. You can't really see the twistiness. It's one of my favorite lenses, but I still use it even if I have a simple background. I just love the color it renders, and I love just the dreaminess of it. So I took this with a twist 60, and then in Photoshop, I overlaid it with this image I took with the Velvet 85, which I love the color and the glowiness that you can get with the Velvet. And so I overlaid in Photoshop, and then I converted to black and white. Okay, don't be afraid to try something different. This was my base image right here, a very simple silhouette of my son. And then I took this with a edge 35, this one with a twist 60, and then I overlaid them in Photoshop. And I really did not have, other than overlaying them in probably screen mode, is the one I use the most often. Other than that, I really didn't do a ton to the color. I changed the saturation of my blues a little bit, but that's it. It was because of all the fun color that I got with these two images. It was very minimal editing. So I love to add emotion with my double exposures. That's really one of the main reasons I started doing double exposures. So I took a simple image of myself, and then I took two images done with a twist 60, and overlaid them in Photoshop. So I did take out my hand that I thought was a little distracting, but I love this, I love the swirl it created around me. And this was the first day that my kids were back to school. I had the house to myself. I felt like tuning out the world. That's what I named it, because I was able to add like that swirl around me as if there's so much action happening around me, and then it's just me in the center, peaceful, tuning it all out. And this is another one done with a twist 60. Simple flowers, but this twist 60 just definitely adds some magic to it. And I overlaid this in Photoshop and converted to black and white. And this time I overlaid the flowers on top of her face. I loved how delicate they were, and I loved just putting them over her eyelids like that. Just to try something different. This was done with a twist 60, and this one actually was done in camera, and it's just our downtown area with all the palm trees and then some lights. And it just kind of added a little something. This is the main image, and it just added a little something to it. And I love what the twist 60 does with the edges. Here's one I did with the Velvet 85 when I was on a walk, and this was an accident. I actually meant to do a diptych when I was put these in Photoshop together, and I really liked how different they looked. So it just looked like it was highlighting this little bird, and where this was going to be on the side, that was my original intention. And when I put it on top before I expanded my canvas, I just loved the way it looked. So again, don't be afraid to try something different. So this is a really simple one I did with the Velvet 85. This is in camera movement of fire. And this is what I mean when sometimes I just want to add a little something to it. It's not super obvious, but it just added a little bit of magic and almost like there's some energy kind of coming out of the flower. And that's kind of what I wanted to do. And here's another one I took with the Velvet 85, and I love the simple image of this deteriorating peony and this image of water, and just happened to look like a heart, the bokeh did. And I overlaid this in Photoshop just to kind of add a little something to it. So the plastic optic, it's one of my favorite lenses for sun flare. I love the yumminess that this gives. It's dreamy, it's colorful. And this is an image I took with this twist 60 of my daughter, and then I overlaid this in Photoshop. I just love the magic of this plastic optic. And here's the plastic optic again. And I loved bringing nature into my images. So simple image of my daughter with her hair blowing in the wind and her kind of twisting around. And then I just added this to kind of emphasize more of the orange tones to it, and just to add more nature. I just love adding more nature to my images. Another image I took with the Velvet 85. I just love the dreaminess and the color to it. And this one is taken with a Twist 60. And I overlaid this in Photoshop and I changed the color of her sweater just to kind of match up a little bit more with the pink of the flowers. But I love the dreaminess again of this the bokeh that the Velvet 85 gives. This is an in-camera that I did, and I actually, this was a double that I did in camera, and then I took this one with the Velvet 85 of my daughter and overlaid it in Photoshop, and I did expand my canvas. You can see that the flowers are a little bit bigger. I expanded the canvas so that way you can see a little bit of the streaks through here, but I didn't want it on her face. So that's why I pulled this into Photoshop, because I feel like it gave me more control. I didn't want the leaves on her face, and I wanted to keep her face just smooth. This one was done with a Trio 28. This was done in camera with this. So this was actually my camera does allow me to keep both or all of the images that I take in camera. So that way, if I'm not happy with it in my camera, then I can take it to Photoshop and redo it if I want to. But these two were taken in camera, so you can see that part. This was a separate picture I took with the Velvet 85 that I added in Photoshop. And this is what I mean. This is a simple image of a simple self-portrait. And then I love bringing in nature into my images. And for me, bringing in something with the Velvet 85 or the Twist 60, it adds that dreaminess to it, and I can have it out of focus, and it just adds a little something. So I love storytelling, especially with my double exposures. I love to be able to add different images in and to emphasize my feelings. This is an image that I never even posted. I actually got some really bad news on this day and did the self-portrait, and I wanted you to see I think I took these with the soft focus or with the velvet. I'm not 100% sure. But I took these two images and then I brought it into Photoshop and created a square. I wanted to have the feeling of despair, but then I also added a little bit of texture to it. But it's part of what I love about double exposures is that you can really add to the storytelling. So one of the things I started doing when I started self-portraits is adding images of flowers, just nature over the top of me, because it almost hid me a little bit. It was really difficult to come out and start doing self-portraits. I felt like I started with my feet, and then maybe some of my hands were in there. And then when I started doing actual self-portraits, it's really hard to see yourself and you start to pick yourself apart. So I started adding images over the top to kind of hide myself. And this is one of the images I took with the Trio 28, and I definitely felt the whole aging part. And so I added kind of a youthful, I guess flowers to me is like youth. So I added that over the top of myself and then worked on some color grading to it. But yeah, I love to be able to add some more storytelling. Okay, quick little tutorial on the different modes in camera. So when you're taking images in camera, different cameras have different modes. So my Canon mirrorless shoots with additive and average and bright and dark. So this is bright mode. So this is just a night image of the sky, and you can see the houses up alongside the mountain. And then I turned around and took an image of the hotel room hallway. It has like an outdoor open hallway, and I exposed for that. And as you can see, only the brightest parts came through, just like this picture of my Toby that I took. That's my first image. This is the second image of my daughter's window. And then that's the third image. So see, the only thing that comes through is the brightest parts. So when I want to shoot an image and then take a picture of some kind of bokeh, I will usually use bright mode. And then this is dark mode. So you see the first picture of my daughter. I had her switch over to the other side, took another picture, and this is my final image. And as you can see, my camera actually keeps, I have it set so that I can keep all three of my images or more, however more I'm taking. So that that way if I don't like the way it looks, I can also put it into Photoshop and see if I can get a little more control over it. So this is my first, this is my second, and as you can see, this is the darkest parts. Okay, so now additive and average are the ones I use the most. So let me show you what I did with additive. So this is the first picture of my daughter. Then I took a picture of just some kind of light that I saw in the water, and then putting it together. You can see if I would have used bright, it would have been a little bit different. You would have seen more of the brightness come through, but you can see with additive, you can still see it's still clear. Actually, let me go to, okay. So this is how it came out. Now this is additive. If I would have done average, it would have averaged itself out. So it would have been a little more, only word I can find is like fogginess to it, because it kind of blends the images together. So she would have been less visible. So that's why I used additive, to make sure that I can still see her and she was still clear. You can sit here and, make all your adjustments to make her hair darker and all that. I ended up converting to black and white because I really liked the way it looked. And so you can see what I did is I brought down my highlights a bit, because what does happen is, because it can make your second or your final image lighter. I brought down my highlights a little bit so they weren't so bright. Then I dehazed, and whenever you dehaze, it does, if it's just color, then dehazing definitely makes it more saturated. But I do like that, you see it has more of the fogginess to it. I do like what dehaze did to it. And then I added just a little texture, to see a little more of the texture of the water. Okay, let's go back. Most of these are like, this is straight out of the camera. Okay, so this is on additive as well. You see my first image, my second image, and my final image that I converted to black and white as well. Let me show you. Oh, here we go. Okay, so that's the color version. So you can see, you can see the greens like in the sky, and I use the trio with this, so you can see like the vignette on it. I'm not sure, I might have used a twist. I think I was on twist. Oh yeah, you can kind of see that, the edges on all twisty with a twisty bokeh, which I absolutely love. And then my final image, I ended up converting to black and white, because who doesn't love a good black and white, right? And then this one was also shot in additive. So this is my first image. This is my second image. And you can see I'm underexposing a bit because I didn't want to blow it out. And then here's the final image, which I did not do a lot of tweaking at all to this, to show you. I did a little clarity and up the contrast as well. I ended up bringing the saturation up a little bit. And that was it. Okay, and this was my favorite one. This is also with the trio. So that was my first image, my second image, and then my third image. I love how you can see the flowers through here. And I'll tell you, let's see, did a little bit of the contrast, brought the highlights a little bit, and I did some dodging and burning. Yes, I did it. I wanted to lighten the flowers just a bit. Probably underexpose a tiny bit. That's really important, is how you underexpose. You don't want to overexpose things, because then it makes it really overexposed. But I could have exposed this a little bit brighter, just so that you could see it a little bit more. But I underexposed because I didn't want to see all of this. I wanted more of just the flowers to show through. That's it in a nutshell. I hope that helps. Okay, so let's talk editing. This is an image I took with the Obscura, and I love the magenta kind of tone it gave. And that was kind of the inspiration for the overlay I chose. So I took this with a Twist 60, I believe. It's already selected. You can see the marching ants around it. So I'm going to Command C for copy, or you can go up to edit and copy here. And I'm going to go to my image and Command V to paste. And or you can go up here and paste. So it's all, so you can see that you don't see the first image. So that's the image alone, and then that's the image, that's the overlay. So I want to see, first of all, as far as placement, where it goes. So I'm going to bring my opacity down. I'm going to make this smaller so I can transform. So Command T on a Mac to transform, or you go up to File to edit and then go to transform here. So I want more of the flowers over here. So I'm going to stretch it out. Just all I'm doing is clicking on the corners, and then you can move it around kind of where you want it. I want to be able to see more of the flowers. That's why I stretched it. Okay, perfect. So now I can see it in through there. Then I'm going to hit enter or return. And I don't like what that did to it right there. But again, I'm on normal. So I'm going to bring up the opacity again, and I'm going to go through my blending modes. So this is the darker ones. I don't use this for this type of image. When I have more of the darkness around, think of it as like a window. And then you're going to add your overlay over the top. And so with the lighten ones, this is where you can really see the images more so in through the dark areas, not in through the light areas. So you can see it's in her hair, all around this area here. That's where it really shows through. So for this one, I'm most likely going to choose lighten or screen, but I always like to go through all of them, which I already have, but you can see the lighten ones kind of do pretty similar to it. I like the lighten because I like that it doesn't affect this so much. I don't like how it's on her body. So I'm simply going to add a mask, clicking on this little box with a circle in it. Make sure I'm clicked on my mask. Make sure I'm on brush, and you can click on B for brush, and black erases. And then here's the opacity. So my opacity is pretty low. I think I'm going to keep it at about 50%. And then I'm just going to take it off of her just so it's not distracting. Okay. All right. I like that. Now, my opacity. It does not always stay at 100%. So I like to kind of play with it and see. I want a softer kind of look to it. I don't want it so in your face. So I kind of like what that does right there, where I can see it, but it's not super crazy. Okay. So once I've done my overlay, I always add something, whether I play with the curves or levels. But another thing I really like to do as well, because I don't want to add any more contrast to this. I like where it's at. I like to go to photo filter, and there's different colors you can choose here. You can either go to this area where it can gives you lots of options. You can go like try magenta and see what that does. I like what that does, just kind of the pinky tone. It just adds it for the whole thing. You can bring down the density so it's not so crazy. And then if you really want to take it off of some of it a little bit, because you can see without it, see how much cooler that is with it. So I like it with it, but I definitely feel like the opacity has to come down. It's way too crazy. But I do like the pinkish tone it adds to the buildings. It just brings it all together for me. So I like where that's at. I like that it has pink tones in the buildings. I feel like it brings it more together for me. So I think that's where I'm going to leave that one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Oh, okay. So I already brought the overlay over for time's sake. So this is the original image of my daughter, and this was taken with a simple black backdrop. And I think I used, looks like I used the edge because it's of how blurry this whole thing is. So I think I used the edge for this one. And then I added this one. I'll show you what it looks like. And I believe I used the soft focus, or no, the velvet. I think I used the velvet for this one. So I did the same thing. I copied and pasted, but you see how it landed. So I'm going to click Command T to transform, and then I'm simply going to stretch it. You got to think about where you want your light. And I'm going to show you how I decided this. Okay, so if I get rid of it, you want to see where your light's coming from. If she had a side light and this was dark, it wouldn't really make sense to put a light up here. But it looks like she's front lit, which she is. And I'm just going to add something over the front of her where this could be, oops. Oh, somehow I changed my opacity. Bring that back up. So Command T again, and then you can move it around. I really like how it looks like the sun is just coming down on her. And I'm going to hit enter. And it just adds some fun atmosphere. This could be backlit too. But I really like the atmosphere it adds to it. Now this is a little much, so I'm definitely going to bring it down. And it just adds more of that glowiness to it. And then by bringing my opacity down, I definitely lost some of the warmth. So I'm going to bring it down just to kind of soften it a little bit. And then I'm going to go to my photo filter again. And it's already on orange. And you can keep it where it's at. Bring down the density here. I'm actually going to go back here to the layer and then bring down my opacity. Make sure that her skin tone doesn't look really funky. And I'm happy with that. It just gave it more of like a dreamy feel to it. All right, so let's do one more. So this is an image I took with my Twist 60 in Montreal. And very simple. There were some great clouds behind it, lots of texture with the trees. And I wanted to put some flowers that I found on one of the pathways out there. And this is actually a double exposure. It's an image of the flowers, and then I took another image, another blurry image over the top of the same flowers. So this was a double exposure done in camera. Then I'm going to Command A to select, Command C to copy, and then scroll back over to my other tab of my main image and Command V to paste. Now, again, I'm going to go to my opacity because I want to see where it's landing. I really want the flowers into this area. So that's again where I'm going to transform. So Command T is my shortcut. And you don't have to keep it. If you hold onto the Shift key, you can also hang on to a corner or the edges and see how it just squishes it. You can do that too. And then you can continue to move it around. You want to make sure that it covers, I don't know if I mentioned this, that it covers the entire image. With some parts like this, let's just say, it would be really obvious with that line. Let's go to Command T again to move it. And enter. Oh, hold on. Enter. And it's still obvious, maybe not as obvious, but it is still totally obvious. So see, you want to make sure that the image is covering the area. So again, I'm going to move it around. I really want some of the flowers. Let's stretch this back out again. I really want some of the flowers in this bottom part. I'm going to stretch it again with the Shift key, bringing it up, and hit enter. Okay. I'm going to put a mask just because I might need one. And then I'm going to go to my blending modes. So this is not as dark of an image as the other one was, but throughout here it is. So this is where I really wanted to be able to see the flowers, but I love the twistiness it adds. So again, I'm going to go through all my different blending modes. And for something like this, I will most likely do screen. Screen is the one I use 90% of the time, but I always love, I like overlay, but I don't like that I can't see the flowers under here with overlay and the bottom part of the image. But this is where I always, there's hard light. You can see what that does. I always like to check because sometimes you might get a fun surprise. I used to always just keep it in screen, but once I started playing with these, I saw a lot more options. Okay, so I don't like how light and it lose a lot of the sky part. So I'm going to go with screen. And my opacity is already at 49. It looks a little messy to me, but I do love seeing the flowers here. So I'm going to use my mask and I have my brush. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. And I'm going to look at my opacity and bring it down a bit. And I'm just going to take it off a little bit of the sky. I really like the flowers in through here. Maybe a little too bright there. Okay. Yeah, that works for me. Okay, so now I'm going to go to my curves level. I'm going to bring down my shadows. Let's see, I don't want to blow out my highlights, so got to be real careful with this because the clouds are already light. See how on the right side they're blowing out? So I'm going to leave that where it is. Maybe just bring down the shadows a bit. Okay, and then I always like to check to see what I just did with that. See what it did. If I like it, if it needs to be toned down. And I like it. I like what it did. Okay, and I'm going to leave that there. Thank you again for being with me here today. As a Lensbaby ambassador, I'm always here if you have any questions. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, and Vero, or private message me. Have a great time at the rest of the conference. I hope you enjoy and learn tons, and keep creating and stay inspired.
Hey, this is Craig Strong. I'm here with Parker Pfister, a good friend. We go back, I don't know, 2002, and so much has happened since 2002. But Parker and I have a lot of parallels in our creative journeys and in our careers. And Parker's a photographer, and he's used Lensbaby. And Lensbaby's mission statement is, we empower artists to move through fear to discover extraordinary creative freedom. And that resonates with me. I know Parker and I have lots of things in our lives around anxiety and things we've had to overcome. And so I'm sure that's going to be woven in here in our conversation. But Parker, I just want to welcome you, and I always love having a good conversation with you, and they're always good.
Always, Greg. And thanks for having me on. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you're
it.
welcome.
Get ready. I have no idea what's going to come out of this mug
That's
or what's in this mug.
yeah, that's why I got you to sign that contract ahead of time, so I'd own it. Anyhow, so Parker, I know you and I've had lots of times on rivers together and photographing professionally and for fun and in workshops and all sorts of stuff. You've been a huge inspiration to me, and I was thinking today about how you burn brightly. Like you're out there just spending so much energy on everything that you do. And I'm wondering, like, looking back, because I know your story is shooting photographs in medium format with your dad, and being a truck driver out there with was it your Mamiya system? Was that the RZ or RB system that you were
Yeah,
shooting with?
I had an RB system for a while. I had
Yeah.
my Horseman system was what I shot the most with.
Yeah, and then I met you. We were shooting on APS-C 3 megapixel cameras back in 2002, making amazing art. The opposite direction from 6x9 or 6x7. I don't remember what 6x9, wasn't it?
6.7, 6.9, and 6.12, and
Oh my
it was an interchangeable back.
Oh,
Whatever.
wow.
That's pretty.
Yeah,
awesome.
knowing something about lenses, that's quite a trick to get all
Yeah, right?
that big of an image circle. That's fantastic. But regardless, I digress. Talk to me about your journey, and I'd like to hear things that you had to overcome that created anxiety and things you were afraid of along the way.
Myself mainly is the biggest fear, and not knowing what to do with myself. I have oh my God, during when I was in school, all growing up, not even in school, like in the car ride, in the dinner table, at night in bed, I would just dream. Like that was my biggest fault as a student, was I would daydream. I wouldn't even know where I was in class. I would just dream stuff up. My grandpa Homer, I'm sure, was the same way. I know my dad was. But Homer, he was an inventor. He just dreamed up how to make things better and how to make the world a better place by creating things. And that's what he did his whole life, was just invent stuff. So, I think maybe that's probably why we're friends, that and your sense of humor and your good fishing skills. But the fear of not knowing that, what I'm doing, the dreams that I have are my future. And like I want to step out and just be like, oh, I had this dream to go do this. And then, everybody's just like, quit dreaming.
Can you cite a specific story of when that happened, or just for you of wanting to step out past that fear?
When I was a kid, I would write poetry, and poetry came from these ideas and thought. The night before last, I dreamed about the song, because now I do singer-songwriter stuff. So I play guitar and I sing, but not well, according to you. Still holding that against you.
I think you were under the influence of something that night. I don't think you understood what I had to say there.
I'm kidding. but I had a dream of this song, of the lyrics and what it meant. And I woke up that morning and I wrote the whole chorus. And I'm like, holy shit, that's it. And then I hopped in the hot tub and wrote like 3 verses and came up with this beautiful song about the wind and the fire coming together and creating. And, me and my new partner, like, that's what we are. We're finding out that we're definitely wind and fire, and we just like torch the world. It's amazing. So it's like, back when I was a kid, like any of these ideas or dreams or anything I'd have, I felt like I was just wasting time writing them down, because I think that's the way people saw it. People just saw it as like, quit daydreaming and get to the stuff that's important in life. It's like, I think your dreams are some of the most important things in life. And as a kid, they were always kind of squashed by everybody, even my dad. Like, he didn't want me to become a photographer. He just laughed at me. He was a scientist. He was like 2 PhD, brilliant, amazing scientist, and amazing dad. But he wanted what was best for me. He wanted me to go to college and become a doctor or become some sort of scientist. But as a photographer, which is what I wanted to be, like, at the early age of 11, I was second place in the World Fair. I was completely addicted I was doing Chromes when I was 9 years old in the basement. Like, this is what I did. I had my own dark room and I wanted to do all the cool stuff. And he's like, do you know how many photographers are in the world? Why? Like, there's no room for you. And that was back then.
Yeah.
Like, if you only knew what it was like now. And I guess one of my biggest regrets in life is that he didn't know before he passed away that I have made a living from photography for, over 30 years. And this is this is my dream come true. And it came from those dreams. It came from the daydreaming of just closing your eyes and seeing the image appear. And it's like, now I got to go make that. How do I do that?
Well, and he gave that gift to you. Like, he introduced you to that, right? But then he resisted. What do you think that fear was for him? I mean, obviously he wants his son to be healthy and have a good life.
Yeah. Didn't want me living in the basement. And I'm sure there was a lot of that in there.
So is that voice still something you carry? Is his voice around that fear or that, choice, and when things aren't going right, does it come up?
I don't think it does.
Good for you.
That one I pushed out, because the voice that comes up is my own. Told you so, dude. Like, I'm not stupid. I mean, I'm not smart either, but I know I've done things to myself that it's just like self-sabotaging. We all do that, I think, to a certain extent. I do it surrounding finances, money, and it's the craziest thing, my association with that, which we talked a little bit earlier about it. But like, that's a giant fear. And maybe that's where that comes from my dad. Like, you're never going to make it as a photographer. Maybe it does come up, but it's through me in some weird way.
Got passed on.
Yeah.
So you do a lot of I mean, what I'm looking at on your back wall, I'm assuming that's large format paper negs and, paper negs that are done in a way that nobody on the planet has ever done or even knows. Like you are a trailblazer in the sense that you do things differently, but you do it so that it'll be the best. Like, I mean, like, the best, you want to do it to the nth degree, not that you're trying to best someone else, but you want to be your very best at it. And you master so many things. Okay. Talk to me about that.
I don't. That's a thing. And maybe that's where I get hung up on some things. Oh my God, this is a great conversation. It's not that I want to be the best. I'm just curious. Like, my curiosity, if I was a cat, I'd be dead. my 9 lives will be shot in like 10 minutes. So like, I'm curious what will happen when, if, I mean, what is around the corner? Like, all of that is my curiosity that's put me in the right place at the right time. So many times it has led to discoveries of, how how extreme temperatures um, can manipulate the emulsion of silver gelatin that I didn't know. And if you have a LED light versus a tungsten light, how it changes how the Sabatier effect or the solarization will appear. And it's just curiosity. And so half of it is like, I couldn't replicate it again if I tried.
Yeah.
But that brings on a whole nother thing. When I do try something different, I get all these different variations of stuff. And it's, I don't try to be the best. I'm curious. Curiosity probably led us to be friends.
Yeah.
Curious
Well,
what
so
the hell
from
you're, yeah.
so from the outside looking in, I look at the things you're doing going, he is an expert. Like he's got that 10,000 hour rule is in my mind. I'm walking up to your 40 by 60 prints going, that's the most gorgeous black and white print with the best focus of the shallowest depth of field that you've shot on an 11 by 14 piece of paper. And you've printed it with the most unbelievable tonalities in it. And you shot it on a paper negative. Like all of these things are like, one of those things would be hard to do, but you combine them all into one. And what I'm hearing you say is that you're not looking to become an expert in any of this. You're looking to learn and be able to combine things in a way that you feel satisfied with.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just another notch in the tool belt.
Yeah.
Like once you find that one little thing, then you can add that to your tool belt.
Yeah.
And so the next time you kick it up a notch, and basically I'm still the kid in the classroom looking out the window, dreaming about doing the next thing and the next, that's just where I am. And pushing that stuff is, I don't know. It's just something I have to do.
Mm-hmm. So can you give me an example? Like I'm listing off these things that I've seen in your studio. And if we were to go back and just thinking about shooting weddings together and the crazy stuff and the angles and the lenses, like you helped me develop Lensbaby, those very first prototypes. You had, several of them and we're pushing them to the limit so that we knew, kind of the direction to go before we ever started the company. But talk to me about some other things that I haven't seen.
Other things
Like
before.
Just journeys that you've taken into learning that really challenged you.
Oh my gosh. Learning myself was
How so?
my biggest challenge. Just figuring out why I do what I do, who I am really, not the facade, not what everybody else sees, but all the thoughts in my head. And really it's just, notebooks after notebooks after notebooks after notebooks. And I don't even know if I've ever even opened all these ever once since I wrote it down, but it's like just this self-discovery journey and knowing that my work comes from that. Like everything everybody sees, like those images on the wall, that's me. That's not my kid, and I see that in my work. I'm totally okay with being a selfish person. Especially when it comes to my work, knowing that I do what I do for me solely, even when we were shooting weddings, I shot them for me.
Yeah.
And I put my own thing on them. I did whatever I wanted to do. And I luckily had the clientele that would allow that most of the time. And that discovery of just like, really finding out who you are has been my quest in life, because it's confusing being me.
Yeah.
It's probably confusing being you, and
Probably, yeah.
I can't even imagine. Either one. but it's like, that's the biggest, and, fear, I think fear is for adults. And, I teach these workshops on creativity. Am I allowed to mention that on here?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So I teach these workshops and mentoring on creativity, and the real goal that I want to get to is to have people be kids again. Because once you're a kid again, um, there's no failure doesn't exist. We just, there's no wrong way to do anything. With photography, if we think that way, there's no wrong way to do it, then that's when we win. Like when we follow the rule book to the T, clearly anybody shooting a Lensbaby is not following the rule book to a T. So good for them. Step one. Step two, there's no failure with the Lensbaby. Here's the way Craig does it. Here's the way I do it. Here's the way whoever does it. It can all be radically different. It's not this set precision thing that sets you up to do one thing. You can do whatever with it. And so failure, there is no failure. If I know this thing on the front of my camera or this paper or whatever can do anything, it can do anything. Like if we think of it that way, then that means there's no failure, right? At least in my crazy, hairless mind.
So if there's no failure, what is it? What is there?
Curiosity.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. Like, I replaced failure with curiosity, I guess, because I just, have I failed in life? Yeah. I don't know. Like maybe I failed as being a husband, but then I'll debate that with myself forever. I failed at staying married, or did I? I don't know. Like all of it but everything else, it's like, well, I did what I did.
Yeah. And
what I do.
that one example is just one step along the way. And of course it's a, hugely traumatic one to have, the learning was deep and painful. But every single step that we take in life is part of the journey. And so while that one might stick out, how can any one of those steps, if they brought us here, be a failure?
Right. That's exactly right. That's what I tell my students too. And it's like, there's really no such thing as failure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the idea of fears for adults.
Fears for adults.
Huh.
Yeah.
At what age do you think you first started to feel fear that you remember? And what was the situation?
I'm sure it was over a girl. Absolutely 100%. I was probably 15. Yeah, I was probably 15 or so. And I felt fear of, rejection. I think that was the biggest. That was
Okay,
probably
I want specifics. I want to know.
Other than my dad scaring the shit out of me all the time, that's a legitimate fear that, he would hide in trees in the forest when I'm walking home from my friend's house. He'd know I'm coming and he would jump out of trees on me and stuff. Like he was awesome in that way, but he scared like he would just terrify me. And then like for Christmas, he'd be like, all right, Christmas Eve, let's go. And, we came from a family, we kind of lived off the land. We hunted, we trapped, we fished, we did all the stuff. Like I bought my first car with a trap line and it's like catching foxes and mink and all the stuff. And so we had this just plethora of frontier shit in our house. And we had a bear trap, like a bear trap. It's like this big and weighs probably, I don't know, 75 pounds. It's like, I don't know if you've ever seen a bear trap, but they're a real thing. No, we didn't use it. It was just something that was on the mantle. But every Christmas Eve, my dad would make me take it to the roof with him, and we would set the bear trap on the roof for Santa Claus. because I was not a good boy. I'd cry. I was scared. I thought it was real. Like, he's like, if you're not a good boy, he's going to step in that trap and he's not coming down gently.
Oh, wow.
So there may be some trauma there of that. And I tell my friends that, and I tell a therapist that, and they're like, okay, we need to sort this out. And I'm like, I've already sorted it out. It's fine. Like, I know, like, that was just, he was funny. He was hysterical. And in his mind, that was funny. Right. And I
Wow.
understood that at an early age.
You
as-
understood that he understood it as funny, but you took some time to
Oh, I
parse that
still,
out.
I still,
Yeah.
like, you know, Easter, we would go rabbit hunting. We would get the shotguns and go rabbit hunting on Easter. Wasn't even rabbit season, but we'd go kill a rabbit and we would have rabbit for dinner on Easter. That was our
Wow.
Easter dinner. So there was some dark humor in my family. Probably where all my stuff comes from. Very dark.
So he'd jump out of trees as you're walking in the dark.
Oh yeah.
Did you start to anticipate this, or
Oh no, he was good.
he would let enough time
he would
go?
let it slide. He would let it ride for a while and wouldn't happen. And then he'd jump out and scare me. He'd think it's hysterical. And my sister, she was 4 years younger than I was. I'd go screaming off like a little girl, and she would just stand and say, "Dad, get down," or just laugh at me. And I was just, I don't know. I think he had me a little spooked.
Huh. Wow.
But yeah, that's the like legitimate fear stuff. But I think the fear of being rejected by a girl would be, I think that was probably my first fear. And I don't know if I have specifics. Like,
No, you don't remember approaching a girl in the cafeteria asking her to go to a dance or
oh
something?
gosh, yeah, I remember. So we used to dance in the 4th grade, so that was even younger. We had these dances in our courtyard in the 1st grade or 4th grade, and I would go like see. Well, there was a couple girls in particular that I just was just so in love with. They were just the prettiest, smartest, blah 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 blah. And I'd ask them, and every once in a while they would dance with me, but most of the time they'd be with the jocks in the 4th grade, which we had jocks in.
So do your hands sweat? I'm getting sweaty hands just thinking about it.
My feet sweat, actually. I'm a foot sweater.
Oh yeah.
When I get nervous, my feet sweat. So
You're okay. So I have specifics. My very first date was 7th grade. I was a late bloomer. No, not 4th grade for me. And I went
what's the date? I was just dancing. Go ahead.
Well, I didn't dance. So, but I ended up at a football game, almost said soccer, but football game, Paonia, Colorado. I'm sitting next to my girlfriend that I'm going steady with, that I think I passed her a note within the previous 2 days. And I'm counting, I'm like, I'm going to hold her hand on 10. And I probably counted to like 100,000 in tens that night. Like 1, 2, and I'm just sweating. Like there's no way I'm not going to hold her hand, but there's no way I am going to hold her hand. And, they're like staring straight ahead. And she's probably like, who is this kid that I said I'd go steady with? And never held her hand. And it was so scary. But those things that at the first time we do them, it's like, okay, like this, all this, I don't know why that scared me. It's just holding another kid's hand. And yet it was so fraught with, am I going to do it right? Is she going to like it? Does she even like me? Am I worthy of actually being her boyfriend? Was this a joke? Is she pranking me? All of these things for me as a 7th grader, just like self-worth and all of that came up and just, sprouted a lot of moisture in between the fingers, at which point I'm like, well, I can't actually hold her hand because, she can't know this.
I'm dating Aquaman. What?
Exactly. What is happening here?
Oh my gosh, you sure look sweaty, Craig. I'm fine. Yeah.
So, you were one of the very first photographers that I knew that was shooting digital. And,
Mm.
uh, I know that that was a huge learning curve for me. It it was more fun than fearful, but there were a lot of mishaps along the way to
Oh
where,
my,
I was like, what else can go wrong? Was there any anticipation or anxiety or fear around that change, especially as you're going from being familiar with a up to a 6x9 piece of film down to this little tiny sensor with, that can only get printed technically up to 5x7 by all the
right,
experts, and you've
right,
got clients that might order a 16x20. What are you going to do? Like,
yeah,
all of
right.
these things were a huge deal. I'm filling in the blanks here, but for you, what was that process of transitioning from medium format landscapes into shooting weddings again and doing it on this little tiny sensor?
Yeah, it was. I must admit, I had the pain and the suffering and the anxiety of that kind of removed a little bit, because when I went back to shooting weddings, I was doing it for someone at a different. It wasn't under my name. So, and which was pretty cool. And he had just gotten into digital photography as well, Kevin Kubota. And he was like, "Hey man, why don't you come shoot weddings with me?" And I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh no, I don't shoot weddings anymore." And he's like, "Well, I really love the way you see your eye with, with the big camera. And I've got these new digital cameras if you'd like to try them out." And at that time they were like, I think $5,500, I
Yeah.
think is what
For a 2.7
D1.
megapixels.
D1. Yeah. Well, the D1, it wasn't even that, was it? Wasn't it like
I don't know.
1.3 megapixels?
I think it was
I don't.
2.7, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So, so he finally talked me into it by saying, "What if you could go to a wedding and just do anything you want? Like anything. There's no, you don't have to do anything. Just come along and just shoot." And I'm like, "Well, it would be kind of fun to play with that camera." All right. So I went and did it, and then saw the images. And he's like, "Isn't this amazing?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, no, this is awful. This is like the worst resolution. Like, what are you? Is this a joke?"
Right.
Like, it was
So he was
so
looking at the content and seeing past all the things that might need to be done to actually print it.
right.
And you were looking at like, there's no information there.
Yeah, the technicality of it all is just like, I did the best I could. I mean, luckily, I shot at the time mostly chrome when I shot film, right? And so this CCD sensor, like, you click those highlights, it's gone
Yeah, because
forever.
there was no shooting raw.
No, it was
It was so
JPEG. It was
slow.
just straight.
Yeah.
What it is what it is. And
Yeah.
it was still slow. And
Yeah.
we're shooting on a 16 megapixel
Megabyte.
card.
Yeah. Yeah. 16
Yes.
megabyte.
Megabyte card. And I'm just like, and you could get like 60 shots on there or something. It's like, what? Crazy. But I look at these things and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is really bad. This is what do you do with these?" And then I knew nothing about computers at all. Like, I'd never even looked a book up. I tell this story, like, before getting with Kevin, I had never even looked a book up, like, at the library to know how to run a computer. Like, I didn't know anything about it. Zero, zilch, nothing.
Wow.
Like, if I had to get something scanned to make a bigger print, I'd send it off to like Colorado somewhere, I think at the time, and they do a big drum scan, and then they do a big digital print. I can't even remember what they're called anymore. But that was the digital realm with me. So, like, going and then having that first way, I was like, "Well, that was kind of fun." It's like, what if I told you could make money doing this? I'm like, "Well, okay, I'm listening." And so kind of got turned loose, and I shot weddings enough to save up to buy my own digital camera, um, which I gave up my Horseman system in trade
Wow.
to buy my first digital camera. So I went all in, like everything I had, to do this because I saw the potential of making a living doing that. I saw the potential of this digital frontier that at the time, like, wasn't set in stone. Like, this wasn't going to be the future.
No.
Maybe this is like a trial testing ground. Let's see if this digital photography
Yeah.
where it can go. And I jumped on full bore. And especially once I got my head around what a computer can do, which is basically what I could do in the dark room, only I still have my fingernails. Right?
And it's repeatable. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's repeatable and it's a little faster and I can have the lights on and I don't start growing gills and like all this stuff. So it was like, all right, I'm all in. And so I guess there was a little fear around that, like, especially the day I sold my horse setup. Like,
Yeah.
all right, this is a lot. I'm thinking, and at that time, this is what, 1989? No, 1990.
99.
99. I'm like, $5,000 for me was a lot. Well, 5,500, that's just the body. And then I had to buy all the lenses.
Right.
Yeah, there was some fear behind that, but I followed it. And then we became kind of pioneers in like making Photoshop actions. And then Lightroom came on, and then Lightroom, got me on board to be one of their first testers of Lightroom. And that was incredible. And we'd sit with Adobe and tell them what they should do. And that was amazing. Like,
That's awesome.
like right in the front lines there.
Well, and that was at a time when most professional photographers were saying, this is garbage.
Yeah. They're still shooting film. There's no even chance of digital.
No chance at all. In
None.
fact, 2 weeks before I got my first digital camera, I shot a wedding and somebody came up to me with one of these point and shoot Canon Ixus or whatever they were. And, that's like probably 1.2 megapixels or 2 megapixels. And they asked me, do you have a digital camera yet? I just flat out said, I don't think digital will ever apply to the kind of work I do. I shoot black and white film. I'm looking for that organic feel. And 2 weeks later, I see on DP Review that for $3,000, I could get a D30 on order. It was just being announced, and they showed me images, and I downloaded them and I resed them up and I printed them out. I'm like, I could get an 8x10 out of this. And boom, I was number 2 on the list at Pro Photo Supply for that D30. So to go from this will never apply to the kind of work I do to 2 weeks later be the second one in Portland to put one on order and to have it on day one, of fall of 2000 for me. And you were light years ahead of me a year before. Like, that's where, when I came and took that workshop from you and Kevin, like, I had all the questions, and this is by 2002 or very beginning of 2002. I'd struggled with it for a year and a half. And I had all the questions and none of the answers. And because you were just 12 months ahead of me, you had figured out those answers, you and Kevin, and it's fantastic. But what you describe, I think, of having someone come to you, having Kevin come to you and kind of take the initial risk out of it is really what I attribute to becoming a photographer at all, because it was my school newspaper where we had bulk loaded Tri-X film and all, 5 different developers, depending on what process or how much grain, or if I shot different ISOs on the same roll of
contrast.
Film. Yeah. Diafine would just give you grain the size of boulders, but it didn't matter what your exposure was. Somehow it was always right on your film. So not on overexposed, but on underexposed. So from 400 and further, it just, I shot it at 6400. It looks just like looking at 400 right next to it. Amazing. But that took all of that and all of those resources at my college newspaper took the fear out of it, because I wasn't taking the complete risk, and I had a job to do. That's the other thing, is having somebody with an expectation. Hey, there's going to be a picture. We got to have a picture of this basketball game or this soccer match or wild art from the college campus or whatever it was. It helped me, and I think making that commitment with kind of that safety net of, hey, it's all my risk.
that's huge. And I see that parallel with Kevin and what he did there. And that service that helped you kind of make that change. Because going from an RB system and a Horseman system, which is 4x5, is that correct?
Well, it was actually what's the name of it? It was a 6x9
Okay.
camera,
Okay.
but you could go anywhere from 645 to actually you could do 35 millimeter in a pano, and you can get a 4x5 extension back that goes on it.
Yeah.
So you could shoot anywhere from 4x5 to 35 millimeter with one system.
Wow.
I mean, I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
You love your options. I'm telling you.
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
You've got cabinets full of lenses, like, it's so awesome. But, just thinking about those two systems, you've got multiple formats, you've got multiple aspect ratios, and then that you limited yourself to this, tiny little sensor with, tenth or
two lenses.
Yeah, of 5% of the resolving power, essentially, of the film, if that, of what you were used to. And like, that's a huge leap. I respect you for that. And I'm grateful for what you and Kevin did in those years before I made that leap.
It was fun. It was fun. Got to be a kid again.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I
talk
got
to me.
try something new.
Yeah, that's awesome. And what you're talking about, the curiosity, that you were able to go in to this curious, and Kevin was able to introduce you to something that, like, it was interesting. Like that's, that for me is what fear, like if I have some anticipation about doing something or some fear about doing something, I got to pay attention to that. Like that's something I should probably learn. If I look at somebody doing a job and I'm like, oh yeah, no interest at all, it doesn't give me anxiety, it's just not for me, then obviously it's not for me. But if I look at somebody and go, oh wow, how'd they get there, and how did they get so good at this, and I could never do that, and those kind of self-doubts, it's like, why do I even care?
You jump on that train immediately.
Yeah.
Right in front of it.
So talk to me about all these lenses in your, like, it goes on and on. You got radioactive stuff. You got all sorts of things. Yeah.
I got all the stuff. I've got, oh my God. So the two that I have that are just the best, is for my 4x5. Well, they can also be used on my 8x10. They can also be adapted to my 6x7, my Hasselblad, like all kinds of stuff. So it just, like, I've made adapters to fit everything. But I have a Kodak Aero Ektar. So it's 178 millimeter f2.5, thorium glass, super radioactive. It was in the belly of US warplanes during World War II.
Wow.
And they would use it for nighttime reconnaissance photography. They'd drop flares to see where the enemies were, like hiding behind the bunkers, and they would photograph it, go to the dark room, process them. It's like, okay, there they are. Go get them in the morning, or go get them sneak attack at night. At the same time, the Germans had their planes flying over ours doing the same damn thing with a whole different camera system, which I had the lens for that as well. So at the same time, these two lenses could have been like flying, like checking each other out. And it's a Schneider 125 millimeter. It's a 12.5 centimeter f2. And it's just the craziest looking, three-dimensional. It weighs, I don't know, 5 pounds probably. And it's only this big. Like it's again, radioactive. And so, they needed the fast apertures to see with the low light of the flares that they would throw out, or no flares at all. And they're just, they're not meant for what I use them for. They're my portrait lenses. And I can even shoot, Aero Ektar will shoot, it'll cover 8x10. So having a f2.5 lens on an 8x10 is nuts. Everybody thinks the 0.95 lenses now are fast. This thing's like it'd be like 0.4. I don't even know what it is. Like it's
Yeah.
ridiculously.
So I think about owning a radioactive lens, and like I immediately go to, oh, I've got to have lead underpants, and you
I
know,
don't
like,
think it's that radioactive.
okay,
Although
so
it does set a Geiger counter off.
does
So
it? Okay,
yes, it does.
so for you, if you slept with it, it might be an issue, but if you know, for your clients, not a big deal.
No, for my clients, not a big, even for my exposure around it. I mean, knock on like it or whatever this is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not with it a lot and it's barely radioactive. So I think,
Yeah.
worse things come from drinking non-organic milk. So
Well, we'll see. The so why were those lenses radioactive?
well, because of the materials that they use, it's thorium. And thorium is a radioactive material, and that's what they use to get the glass sharp. Like some of the sharpest lenses in modern day, the 200 millimeter 1.8 from Canon was their last lead glass.
Okay.
And they used leaded glass, which is outlawed for EPA reasons,
Right.
because they're just terrible for the environment.
Sure.
That lens is so damn razor crazy sharp, but with character. Like it's one thing right now to be, especially in today's market of lenses, to be sharp. Everything's sharp. Like, everything's sharp and clinically so, which kills the character. And then there's no character. It's like, who cares how sharp it is if it has no character? And that's the thing, the old glass had character and sharpness together. It was just sharp enough to be like wide open. It was just crisp enough to just give the illusion of sharpness, actually.
Yeah.
If you look at it, technically it's really not sharp. Everything else is so not sharp,
right,
that it gives this illusion of sharpness, which is
and you and I have talked about the new glass, like the new nifty 50s. They're so incredibly sharp that they're almost unusable wide open. I mean, in terms of what I would do with a wide open lens, the old 50 millimeter 1.4 from Nikon, I loved shooting it wide open. I had a 51.2 in the FD system.
Yeah.
And, technically in the popular photography, it didn't hit their MTF scale, and you could only get 4x6 out of it. And then I'd look at the chromes I got out of it, and I'm like, oh my God, I was still a college student. I didn't know to reject the experts on what was good and what wasn't. But I was like, well, I guess I lucked out, because at 1.2, this image is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so, like, there is a lot of sterile lenses out there. And I just want to note that the leaded glass, there's no problem with touching it or having it, unlike a radioactive lens.
Right.
But it's the fact that in production, it just creates a ton of toxic waste that happens in our air and our water and whatnot. So that's why that was outlawed. Yeah, we have a significant, or we have had a significant issue with all of the glass that we used. I had the original Lensbabies designed out of, had to be replaced with new glass moving forward, because of all the leaded stuff that was outlawed. Yeah. So I mean, and these are modern designs. So so to experience that in the last 18 years, this is a relatively new change for the environment, so, which is good. But it also makes some of these lenses that have tons of character that much more valuable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Fortunately, we were able to keep our character and because we design it in. And we're looking for those, what Canon and Nikon and Sony think of as imperfections.
Yep.
Depending on your aperture, that's an option, and then that's going to give you something unique.
Yeah. Yeah. Clean images don't really do much for me. I like them dirty. Give me some magic. Give me some happy accidents. Like that's if it doesn't have that, then it's boring.
Can you remember one of your first happy accidents that?
Yeah, easily. as a wedding photographer, 1984, I shot my first wedding. 1984, I shot my first wedding, and running an RD67. And the RDs, you had to cock the shutter
Twice.
and advance the film
Okay.
and shoot. It wasn't until the RB Pro S or whatever that when you cock the shutter, it advances the film for you. Right. So I was the king of, I'd love to say I was the king of double exposures, but that would be a lie, because I'm the king of 3 or 4 exposures on a single frame. That I just forget to wind the film. Like, I'm like, yeah, shit. Right. And so, they come out, and Dad would be just furious. And
bear trap's coming out.
Yeah, bear trap's coming out. And I'd just be like, no, he usually put me in a bag and hold me down under the river when I did. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, Dad. But he like, it was a thing, but I was just like, well, that's kind of cool. Like, I love the idea of creating these different things like that.
So did you take that on immediately as something cool, or did you take the criticism in first?
It took for sure it took the criticism.
So you were super hard on yourself.
Screwed up.
Yeah,
I screwed up.
So it took a while to appreciate
again and again and again and again, because I was daydreaming while I was shooting. It's like, oh, this is going to look like this. It didn't at all. I hadn't put those two together yet. Now I have the technical skill of doing this for so long that I can dream something up and be like, okay, I know how to make that. Like, I don't have to have the stuff around. I know how to make that.
So how important was it to do it poorly, at least in your dad's eyes, and initially in your eyes early on, to get to where you're at now?
Oh, well, I think it had everything to do with it, because that was taken as a failure on one side, right? And then for me, it wasn't exactly a failure. It's like, well, okay, that's just like your opinion, man. And then just try to push it the next time. I mean, it took me a while. Like, I was a kid then, and you listen to your dad, or you get the bear traps. You listen to your dad and you try to do it right in quotes. But I think with anything, there was just, like, growing up, I didn't feel like there was rules. Like, I was a kid that always colored outside the lines. I could not figure it out. I would, draw or color in what was supposed to be not colored in, just to give a whole different look to things. So I don't.
That's pretty cool. I want to see some of those.
Yeah, I would too. I'd like to see any of my old art. I just did a job a couple 2 days ago, and it's these 2 therapists, and he had sent me this letter about what he had written about his divine self and living with these 2 or 3 bodies within him. And that, was supposed to be my, well, it wasn't supposed to be anything. He just wanted to share it with me to let him know who he was. And so these are the paper nags that I just scanned in today of his multiple, and this is, straight to silver gelatin and partners. So putting these 2 together now in this, and that's, I still live in that land where the happy accident of doing that on the RB67 has come to a little bit more of a science now.
So describe those images, because a lot of people are not going to be seeing the video.
Oh, okay. So it's a single sheet of 8x10 silver gelatin paper that I shoot a 8x10 Deerdorf wooden camera. So you look on the back, your lens is on the front, you have ground glass on the back. And so you see your image, but it's flipped right to left and it's upside down. Okay. When you're looking on the back of this thing. So I have to figure out, you have to know how to do math to figure out your exposure. because I'm going to do 3 exposures with this. So one, it'll be a profile of him on the right. One will be a profile of him on the left. And then the other is dead center straight looking at the camera. This is my idea, and having your eyes kind of be close to match. So I have a dry erase marker that I put him on the right-hand side, upside down, and I'll trace him out. I'll make the exposure.
You trace them out on the glass.
Right on the glass. Yep. And I'll put the dark slide back in, pull my film plate out. I refocus and recompose to him on the left, or if I'm doing the center, and then figuring out how the lighting is going to fall too. It's like, bright on one side, light on the other, and try to make those eyes kind of line up and look at each other or mean something other than just, okay, 3 different views of someone. But it can also be just 3 different views of someone, art's subjective. This is what I'm pushing through for me.
Yeah.
This is what I tried to go through. So, and then the one in the center, I just like line up where my marker is. And then as soon as I line that up, I'll mark that again. So I'm drawing again on the back for that face. And then I'll try to hold still, and I put the plate in, I make that exposure, and then I pull it out, and then I light him up with my last drawing that I made, and then make that exposure. So it's 3 exposures, and I'll drop down about 1/3 of a stop. So it kind of holds in there. With paper nags, contrast is a thing.
Yeah.
So you got to be real careful, but
Well,
we
and the-
develop them and making the developer, it makes them pretty large dynamic range.
Yeah, that's
actually.
fantastic. And just looking at it, it looks like a high key image, but it's actually a low key image because it's negative.
Right.
And so most of it is going to end up black with just, the highlights on his forehead or on his face, looking each direction. And it's pretty dramatic, but it doesn't, it makes sense to you, but
Right.
to a, photographer that's not used to looking at paper nags, it certainly wouldn't look like something that I'm used to seeing on a studio wall or on your wall.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little different. Little different.
Well, that's cool. Well, my friend, it's always good to get a glimpse into the mind of Parker Pfister and the soul. And you've explained a lot of things and given me history I've never heard about before. I love I love and hate the bear trap.
Yeah. Right.
I doubt you repeated that with your child, but that's what parents are for. We do the good things as best we can that our parents passed on, and try and eliminate some of the things that might not have worked so well. But,
that's true. Or still incorporate them as a bigger joke. So,
Well, and I think our intention is always to do our best, and we rarely do. And every once in a while, we can walk out of there and go, yeah, that was what I was after. And it's kind of like our art, it is another art.
Sometimes we hit it.
Yep.
Sometimes we don't. That's
well, you
hit learning.
You hit it a lot of the time. And I got to say, for your workshops, it's just such a breath of fresh air to go and be challenged to be a child again. And, it's such a privilege to work alongside you. And, since 2002, and sometimes as a attendee, sometimes I get to talk a little bit and maybe inspire, but you're the inspiration that I get to pass on to a lot of other photographers. And so, it's just awesome to have a conversation with you, my friend.
Yeah. Well, same here. I mean, you brought the art of play back to photography for so many people that were lost in that technical world. It's just like, it has to be, I should do this, and just shooting all over themselves, as people say. And, the Lensbaby, just, you get to play a little, and it's not for everybody, but those that get it, and do amazing things. And then the other people are like, shit, maybe I need to go down that road, because look at what these people are doing with it. Like the community that you have created too is just outstanding. Like there's some people in there that just daily blow my mind, that pop up on my screen. It's like, what? Yeah. That's crazy. that's some like $8,000 crazy lead glass collector lens. No, it's not. It's just this little weird bendy broken thing that's on the front. And then you're going to throw some kind of shattered plastic in front of it and create mind-blowing stuff. And
Well, and
so,
you're doing the same thing. I just reached out to you yesterday about an image that I'd seen every once in a while for years show up in my
Yeah.
feed, and you shared it again. And I was like, what'd you shoot that with? And, you know, you shot it with Nikon glass, but you shot it with a tilt transformer on your Sony and full frame. And it's
Right.
just
Fuji.
Oh, you shot it on your Fuji. So
That's
it was a
XT1. Yeah.
Wow. So 1.5x crop. And so like these tools are technically, even as we're talking about it, it's like, oh, that's an APS-C sensor. That's the very first, you know, Fuji mirrorless camera. Like technically we go into this space where like, oh, you know, there's better stuff out there. But the reality is you're going back to World War II and before for your lenses to say, hey, this is never intended to do this. We're going to create stuff that is unique. And so it really doesn't matter what your tools are. You can be shooting a D30 with you know, an original Lensbaby or with you know, old CCT lens that you got off Alibaba and create something magical. Like these tools are so much better. You know, I mean, you and I know what the tools are compared with what we had at our fingertips in the 80s and 90s. And it's amazing. And you just pull on all of them. And I love that curiosity that you approach everything with. And it's inspiring.
Yeah. And I'm not afraid to go backwards on even the modern technology. Like I had the XT3 for the longest time. And there was something like I every time I look at my XT1 files and XE1 files, I'd be like, just something missing and I can't put my finger on it. Ended up selling my XT3 last year and I bought an XT1 and I went backwards. And it came from shooting my little Ricoh point and shoot, which changed everything, and figuring out that 16 megapixel for an APS-C is the perfect size. Anything bigger, it turns into plastic. There's something that happens.
Yeah.
And I think 12 to 16 megapixel is the sweet spot for that. And for full frame, I think it's like anywhere between 16 and 24, maybe, but 24 is even kind of pushing it.
Yeah.
Like 12 megapixel stuff, that seems to be the sweet spot for full frame.
Yeah, I agree. D700. I shot a wedding with you.
Oh my God.
And I think I told you I was bringing the D750, and I don't know why I told you that, or I didn't have one at the time when I came to the wedding, and I kind of felt bad that I was shooting a 12 megapixel camera. And then we got done and I gave you all the images, and you're just like, these are the images it's saying. I should pull out my D3 because it's the same sensor as what you're doing now. That's, you know, I forgot how much I love that 12 megapixel. So
that D700 is the best. They had the best images, not the best. I'll switch that. They had the most character.
Yeah.
They had the flaws. There was still a little something wrong with it. It
was organic,
a beautiful organic grain. It was round and not square, and it was just beautiful. And I still know lots of people that shoot with that.
Oh, and you can pick them up for like $300.
Yep,
it's crazy. Yeah. So I love that you're going back and you're finding those things that you appreciated and thought you were going to replace with something better, and realize, nope, that was as good as it gets.
Yep, that's it.
Reclaiming.
And now I'm shooting medium format digital, and I don't know what I think about it sometimes. So it's still on the chopping block. Who knows?
Yeah. It's pretty awesome. You're making amazing work, and always love seeing it. Thanks.
Yeah, making a big splash.
All right, my friend. Thanks for joining me.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
You too.
Use your open eye.
Bye.
Bye.
I am a Lensbaby addict.
Stimulate your creativity
to turn an ordinary location into something extraordinary.
Dreamy blur.
Something more than picture perfect.
Dramatic, beautiful looks in camera.
A creative edge. Beautiful, dreamy blur.
Allowing me to be completely free with my photography.
A magical selective focus.
Dreamy artistic images.
emotive and soulful imagery.
That extra dimension and quirkiness.
Really unique images.
Se olvidaron completamente.
Extraordinary results.
Creamy bokeh and a dreamy feel.
Creative and quirky landscape.
Unique blur effect.
Fun flares.
Poetic, oniric look.
Something extraordinary.
Unique look and a little different perspective.
They allow me to break the rules.
Unique perspective on every photo that I capture.
And I'm making that magic happen at the Lens.